Welcome, everyone, to Jimmy John's Field. Another fantastic day for some Thursday baseball. It's the visiting Utica Unicorns and the home Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers here today. And USPBL baseball is presented by Apex Leadership Company. Also, Polish American Heritage Night here today. There will be a live polka band in the right center field patio as we usually see. So that'll be a fun thing. Polish food, what do you got there in terms of your favorite?
You know, I'm more, my European descent is more Irish and French, so I haven't ventured too much into the Polish area, but I'm open-minded.
Pierogies, you've had?
Yeah, I have had pierogies, yep.
All right, we'll pin that as his favorite. Maybe
right.
Get him to try some things as the night goes on here at Jimmy John's Field. But a lot to talk to, certainly. There were two non-public games on Tuesday and Wednesday. We were in attendance for the one yesterday as well. It was a pretty good game overall.
Yeah, the Diamond Hoppers picked up their second win in a row. They've now 2-5 on the year. The Utica Unicorns lost their first game, 4-1. It was a pitching duel. We saw Jacob Wazinski, the newcomer from Oakland. He pitched 4 really good innings, only gave up 1 home run. And the Diamond Hoppers won that one 3-1. They got the offense going. They had a big 2-run, 2-out rally. I think they sent 5 batters to the plate in the second inning with 2 outs and were able to bring home 2 runs. And now the Unicorns no longer the only undefeated team left in the USPBL, and they've just got to focus on getting back to hitting. Their offense has been very potent through the start of the year, and like I said, just 1 run yesterday. Got to get back on the other side of things and get the bats going again.
Did it actually happen, though, because no fans saw it?
Yeah, I know. If a tree falls in the forest and nobody's there to hear it, did it actually fall or make a sound?
Well, we'll certainly highlight that more as the night goes on and talk about some of the other storylines as well. But let's get to our pitching comparison brought to you by Ascension. As always, for the Beavers, it's Zach Devin here today.
Yeah, Zach Devin, who had a start for the Diamond Hoppers, as we talked about. For those of you who don't remember, he switched over to the Diamond Hoppers for a day so he could get a spot start. Still, this is only his 3rd appearance this year, and of those 3 appearances, he's only had 4 total innings pitched, but no runs yet, no walks, I believe 3 or 4 strikeouts. So he's looked good, but we still haven't seen a huge sample size from him. And from some of the other guys that we've seen look good this year, once they've gotten that bigger sample size, some have gotten beat up. Christian Dearman had a big outing after he had a really good first outing. Eric Sanchez had a tough outing in the non-public on Tuesday after 3 really good outings before that. So we'll see if Devin can kind of stick to his ways, not let up a whole lot of offense, or if today's going to be that first day where we really see what he's made of, and maybe that's not as good as we think, but he has an opportunity.
We thought we might see Nick Cardinal, on the other hand, for the Unicorns here today. Jake Fiorito, kind of a late change at the end of yesterday. Looking forward to seeing him again here today.
Fiorito, same thing. Another guy who we haven't seen as much. We thought we might see Cardinal today, like you mentioned. Cardinal's going to be pushed back to Saturday's game. But yeah, Fiorito's got a 5-pitch repertoire that can really hold hitters off balance, can leave a lot of things unexpected that you're not quite ready for. And with an offense like the Beavers, which is kind of sneaky good, and we're still waiting for them to really reach their full potential, that can be a big advantage.
Well, we're trying to hold on to our papers here today. That means there's a bunch of home runs about to be hit, so wait for that here on the USPBL Network. For now, we're going to check your starting lineups. First, for the visiting Utica Unicorns here today, they'll send out Drew Galassi. He'll play center field once again. Malik Bolin will bat second and play first. Leandy Castro back in the lineup, batting third and playing right. Ari Sakopoulos starting to heat up in the cleanup spot and playing left field as well. Noah Childers will bat fifth and DH. Kevin Lambert bats sixth and plays third base here today. Louis Attilis, the newer member to this Unicorns middle of the infield, will play short and bat seventh. Duncan Hewitt back behind the plate as he catches the pitches from Fiorito here today. And John Hodo will round things out as he plays second base. On the other hand, for the home Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers here today, it's Tyler Fraley who will lead off and play center field. Eric Ramirez will bat second and play third. Cameron Collette back in the 3-hole. He'll play shortstop. Sullivan, who we'll talk about in a moment, starting to heat up with that bat. Bats cleanup and plays left. Eric Whitfield back in the outfield, playing left field and batting fifth here today. Marcus Page will bat in the 6th hole and play second base. Josh Wannenberg, another newcomer, is catching and batting 7th. Nafi Mercedes will bat 8th and DH. And Saywan Lawrence will round things off as they face Fiorito here today. Well, a number of pieces to kind of break down in this newer Beavers lineup, but the lone non-new addition is Ryan Sullivan, and he's really starting to stroke the ball.
Yeah, Ryan Sullivan had a big home run in Tuesday's non-public game. Essentially had 2 home run distance hit balls, hit one over the 315 sign in left field, foul though. But yeah, someone who I've talked about as someone I'm predicting to get home runs on certain days and stuff, and we know what kind of power he has. Still waiting to see it. Again, we're early in the season. We're still, the last time we had a conversation last week and we said another 14 days. Well, we're about halfway through that since we last had that conversation. So give it to next weekend before we really start to see guys get into double-digit at-bats, 20, 25 at-bats. They really start to get those numbers up. We'll see what kind of patterns they sit in, and I think once we get to that point, we'll see a guy like Ryan Sullivan, 3 or 4 home runs, 7, 8, 9, 10 RBIs. We looked at BP earlier today. He was smoking the ball before we came down here to do the show.
There he goes again.
So
there again.
We'll see. I mean, the wind is coming, especially for a guy like that, too. When the wind picks up, you know, a ball that's 300 can push its way to 310, 315, 320 and get out of here.
Well, the coaches and the players are also starting to take notice of these predictions as well. Does that make it a little bit harder for you, or?
Yeah, you know, I realized Ryan Kotke, I have to give a shout out to him. He gave me some credits for my predictions when Joe Burke hit his first home run. But I realized on my way to the ballpark today, you know, I'm thinking, what's going to be my prediction today? You know, what's it going to be? Who's going to do what? You can't force it. It came naturally with Joe Burke and Dakota McFadden and some of those other guys, Landy Castro. It's got to come naturally. We'll see what happens today. Nothing is definite. Who knows? Maybe by the time we come back before first pitch, I'll have something for the fans at home. But right now, no predictions. I'm not going to force it.
Well, Josh Wanningberg comes to us from LSU Shreveport, a really competitive school in the NAI. They had a long run that just ended the other day, but LSU Shreveport is starting to become a little bit more of a feeder for the USPBL as well. More on that a bit later, but this is a guy who's slotted into a role where there's been a little bit of here, there, and everywhere in terms of the guys in and out of the lineup.
Well, yeah, Wanningberg's going to play catcher for the Beavers, and that's due to some injury switch-arounds. Travius Ford, he's out right now, and that leaves the Beavers without an outfielder. So Eric Whitfield, who was working on catching and hopefully becoming the starting catcher for the Beavers, he came into the USPBL as an outfielder, so he's got to go back out to the outfield. He will still practice catching and try to get better at that and become that starting catcher while playing outfield in the games, but that leaves an open spot at catcher. Wanningberg is someone who
How's
told
everybody
Joshua
out there?
Hines and
Welcome
Vaughn
everybody
Joshua
here
before
on
the season,
Polish
when my
American
season's
night
over
at Jimmy
Shreveport,
John's.
coming to you
Give
guys.
yourselves a
They
big
kept
round
him
of
on the
applause,
roster.
everybody.
Now he's
Make some
slotted into
noise
that
out
catcher
there.
role. Another fresh face for us to see, and a guy who
On behalf of Utica
Polo
Polo-Centric Club, American Polo-Centric Club
Hines, who was
of Sterling Heights, and our good old Detroit Polish Club of Detroit, Michigan. We welcome everybody here to
catching
this
is kind of a
special
tough
night.
position to handle here in the
We have a lot of
USPBL
nice
because
things
obviously
going
you
on here.
aren't
It's
playing
not gonna
6-7
rain.
days a week, but at the same time you still need that backup catcher because you become an emergency spot, and well, you're without a catcher. Maybe you pinch hit or pinch run, or a guy gets injured like we've seen so far this year. But you know, with 2, 3, 4 guys max on the bench, it can be tough to carry another catcher, but it still is necessary.
Yeah, and we've seen all 4 teams in this league use both catchers quite a bit. Matt Parkinson started in the non-public yesterday for the Unicorns. Today it's Duncan Hewitt. Matt Parkinson started yesterday and Hewitt pinch hit. We've seen Omar Ortiz and Eric Whitfield for the Beavers. We've seen Michael Luker and Whit Hughes for the Diamond Hoppers. So the catchers really do, both of them get used quite a bit on these rosters, and so we'll see how it goes as we're losing materials here, and I'm losing my train of thought because of that, but it should be an interesting day today. I'm excited to see Wanningberg. Catching's hard to do in this league, and I'm excited to see how he does in his first pro start.
Well, before anything more flies away, you know, maybe we'll fly away next year as we're right by the Van Dyke Highway. But we're going to take a break, come back with a few more breakdowns in terms of what we're looking at in these 2 lineups, these pitchers as well. And first pitch is coming up next on Polish American Heritage Night at the ballpark. Stick with us.
employers are competing for talent like never before. With the complexities of handling tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and other HR functions, it's easy to see how a professional employer organization like Tryon Solutions makes all the difference. Tryon empowers businesses of all sizes to attract and retain talent by offering access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Way here in this. Welcome back to the ballpark, everyone. A little bit of a malfunction with our audio there, but glad to have you back here at Jimmy John's Field now as we're getting ready for the Polish national anthem. In just a moment here at the ballpark. Before that, let's check your sponsors for today's game. Ascension, Belfour Property Restoration, Budweiser, DTE Energy, Fifth Third Bank, Jarbcom, Jimmy John's, Macomb Community College, McLaren Macomb, Metro Detroit Chevy Dealers, Pepsi, Scott's, Valpak, and UWM. We thank all those fine partners for what they do for this league. Well, we thought it was going to be perfect weather here tonight when we entered the ballpark. The winds are swirling. There's a light rain falling. It could be around for a little bit, but for now it's kind of staying away from Utica. There was a special weather statement not too long ago that said hail was possible. We just didn't see this coming.
Yeah, I don't think anybody really expected this in June to get hail, but also about an hour ago. I mean, it was sunny skies, warm weather, a light breeze, a brisk one at that, out to right field, maybe a home run kind of day. And 10 minutes ago, I mean, the clouds came in, and you turn around and it's like, whoa, this situation looks kind of dire. The radar looks relatively okay. The special weather alert isn't really a big deal. It looks like this is only going to be around for about an hour and a half, 2 hours, but it's unclear whether it's going to rain, and if it is, if it's going to hit us here at the ballpark. So we're kind of just waiting and seeing. It doesn't look great right now. It doesn't feel great. It's cold out. The wind is kind of swirling. It was drizzling for a little bit. People have umbrellas, but it remains to be seen if we're going to play baseball or not.
Now, we'll at least have the starting lineups announced and then kind of maybe reassess after that inside the ballpark. Is just hold on to those flags below the pitcher's mound there. It's a very brisk wind that's blowing. It's been blowing really all day long. The American flag in right center field doesn't really get a great indication of what the wind on the field is right now, which is usually not the case. But we saw that American flag in right center kind of blowing out all throughout BP, carrying some balls pretty far. And we were like, hey, this could be one of those days where it carries the ball a long way. But we'll see what we have here in a little bit of the ballpark. A reminder that you can chime in with us on Facebook and YouTube. A lot of people excited about the Polish Day here today. We'll talk with David Jansen, the chairman of the National Polish American Sports Hall of Fame, a little bit later in the broadcast as well. They've established quite the organization and inducted some big-time names, including Mike D'Antonio, who's about to go in this year in just a week from now. The former head coach at Michigan State, and now the rain really coming down. And we thought, just from kind of gleaning what we saw lately on the radar, it was clean. We promise you, it was clean when we headed into the ballpark, but now it's coming down, and you can see it.
Well, our pregame show goes live at 6:45, and I was down on the field talking to some assistant coaches, talking to Joe Burke, who, as we've mentioned, works here on his days off on the stadium staff. I was down there at about 6:30, almost 6:27. I think it was when I looked up at the clock, and I said, "All right, I should head up to the press box, get ready to get on air here." Made my way up the stairs. A couple minutes go by, probably 6:30, 6:31, and right as I got to the press box and I got in and I looked out, and it's just gray and gloomy, and like at 6:27 when I was making my way up, I thought, it's a great day for baseball, another beautiful day at the ballpark, and my whole perspective on the weather was shattered moments later when I walked into the press box and saw the skies quickly turning gray. Hopefully they will just as quickly turn blue so we can have a ball game here.
Well, that smoke, I think, hang in the air a little bit more than normal as these players go out for the announcement of the starting lineups. We hope to have a first pitch on time at 7:05 today. It's Zach Devon against Jake Fiorito next here on the USPBL Network. Stick with us.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
I'm all in with HR and Organizational Development Council.
I'm all in with Marketing and Business Development Council.
I'm all in with Operations and Member Experience Council.
I'm all in with CEO Council.
I'm all in with Lending Council.
I'm all in with CFO Council.
I'm all in with Technology Council.
Our credit union is all in with Utica Council.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward, not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
Every summer, my family loves to have a neighborhood movie night in our backyard. And with my Chevy Blazer, I can head out and get everything we need for a great night. It has plenty of room for picking up friends, and the available hands-free liftgate is perfect for loading unhandy supplies. You know, it may be movie night, but my Blazer is the main attraction wherever I go.
Lease a 2022 Blazer 2LT for just $239 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Right around when the national anthem started, the Polish national anthem at least, it started raining pretty hard, even harder than before we went off. And I'm kind of surprised we're going to start on time. It looks like they're going to try to start this game here.
Yeah, I mean, there's no lightning at least. We haven't heard any thunder. It's just been kind of a drizzle and ugly sky. The rain came down pretty heavy for a moment there. But I think, you know, all things considered, you would like to just get the game started and start playing baseball and hope the weather clears up. And then if it doesn't, move from there. Seems like most of the fans have decided to resort to cover, whether it's the Tryon Solutions awning or the Chevy Pavilion.
So there you see Zach Devin on the mound. He's brought to you by Ascension here today. The two pitchers, him and Jake Fiorito. Devin features the 4-seam and a 2-seam, a change-up, a slider, and a curveball as well.
Go
ahead.
Though Devin doesn't have super high velocity so far this year, he's working on getting that back up, but right now those fastballs have averaged at about 84 miles an hour, and while it is easier for hitters to pick up, it is an advantage for him to have two. When you have a 4-seam and a 2-seam, you can be behind or ahead in a fastball count, and hitters are expecting it, but you throw that 2-seam that's maybe a little bit slower than the 4-seam, or at least doesn't have as much life and has a little bit more movement, that can really throw a hitter off kilter and keep them off balance. So look for him to utilize both the 4-seam and the 2-seam today.
So the temperature definitely dipping down as this rain has moved in the area. Boy, they say 72 degrees, but you walk outside, it just doesn't feel like it.
No, it really does not. I don't know if the thermometers have caught up to the actual temperature outside yet. Maybe there's a little delay.
The breeze and just the general chill in the air doesn't make it feel like that. Regardless, Drew Galassi will make his way into the box now here for the Unicorns. Galassi, Bolin, Castro at the top of this lineup. You see Sakopoulos, Childress, and Lambert in the middle with Attilas, Hewitt, and Hodo rounding things out.
Galassi's been really fun to watch so far this year. Had a lot of power at the end of last season. Has shown a little bit of it this year. 1 home run, 2 RBIs. Still looking to break out with a big game.
First pitch at 7:07 is chopped foul. 7 for 18 start for Drew Galassi here.
He's had a lot of hard hit balls early in this season. He's just been right to some of the fielders.
Now the 0-1. 84 low and in. It's got to be tough conditions to start a game like this, especially for the pitchers just trying to get that right grip. The skies are lighting up a little bit, so I'm guessing that's what they're hoping for, is that we can play through this here without any delay as this slider skips in. 2-1.
Yeah, way back out there in left field where those gray clouds originally started. We do see a little bit of blue, a little bit of yellow now, so hopefully it can quickly make its way over here.
Now the 2-1. 84 low and in. It's Wannenberg behind the plate. We talked about him at length in the pregame show. Sullivan on first, Ramirez on third, Page and Collette up the middle. With Whitfield, Fraley, and Lawrence left to right in the outfield. Brought to you by Three Dimensional Services Group. 3-1 is low and in. The fastball there to Galassi as he walks to begin the ball game here today.
Well, you never want to allow a leadoff walk to start the game if you're Zach Devin, but the Unicorns get exactly what they would like to do, and Drew Galassi is a guy with enough speed and smarts on the base paths that this can be a big advantage for them.
First pitch to Malik Bolin. Fastball away. 1-0. Malik started to put it together offensively as well. You can see better and better at bats as this season has gone on. And it's only going to help continuing to play those midweek games, which are going to do more consistently now as the season goes on. Fastball high as Wannenberg will visit Devin here.
I think maybe just trying to calm down Devin a little bit. 6 balls in the first 7 pitches that Devin has thrown this game. But, yeah, back to Malik. I spoke with him after he had the walk-off sac fly last Sunday against the Woolly Mammoths, and you can just tell he's a smart baseball guy, a smart hitter. I had my scorebook with me, and we were off air when he first got there, and the first thing he asked was to look at my scorebook, and he wanted to go through it and see how he did and see how other people did. And if somebody's quickly asking to look at your scorebook, they're probably a baseball nerd and usually know what they're talking about.
Lawrence loses his ball cap there as that splashes off the top of the umbrella down the right field line. Most of the fans kind of taking cover as soon as this rain came through, but it was certainly a comfortable start to the night. The sun was shining brightly, and the darker, billowier clouds started to roll in left to right, and things started to break loose. Fly ball left center field. Whitfield and company coming in. That slide by Fraley along with Collette, but nobody could make the catch as Galassi and Bolin are safe. Boy, that was one off the bat you thought might go a little bit further. The wind essentially is probably more swirling on the field than anything right now. It's died down from the flag standpoint. It's kind of just from the flag. It looks like it's blowing slightly in. It blew well out all throughout BP, and boy, this rain is not lighting up. It's getting harder.
Yeah, nobody likes to play in this stuff. It's unfortunate this game had to start this way. Just hope it can end soon.
Here's Leandy Castro now. Middle of the infield looking for that double play with Ramirez.
Yeah, all these pitches from Devin, as long as there are no mistake pitches, are going to be low. Try to stay away from a power hitter like Castro, who can really do some damage with runners on base. Look for a twin killing to try to change the momentum of this first inning.
Ari Sakopoulos on deck. Noah Childress would be next. The power part of this lineup without a doubt. Ready and ready, the 1-0. Lofted foul. Fastball at 83 there.
It's probably one Castro wants back. It's a pretty good spot for him to get a barrel on it. Low and away, but not quite as far as Devin would have wanted it away from Castro.
Galassi on second. He walked Bolin with the drop-in single. Now the 1-1. Off the end of the bat at 84. Devin's fastball is kind of topped out at 87 so far this year. Played in the Pecos League at the beginning of last year. 12 games, 7 starts, 52 innings, and played just one game with the Mammoths kind of before their playoff run. He did not pitch in the playoffs, which was a fairly early exit. 1-2, liner up the box. Can Fraley get to it? He can't. Galassi around third base. He's got speed. The throw chucked in right on time. Galassi retreats. That one's into left field. Off the glove of Ramirez. Here comes Bolin around third base. Insanity as 2 runs come in for the Unicorns, which looked like it would end up in none for a moment.
Wow. Well, Fraley at the start of this play makes a beautiful throw from center field, and you could tell right off the bat that ball got into center pretty quickly, so Drew Galassi was going to have to hustle from second if he wanted to score. I was surprised Adrian Guzman, assistant manager and third base coach today, sent him originally, then Galassi changed his mind, and just kind of a mistake for Wannenberg in his first professional start behind the dish. You don't need to throw that ball down to third. The play ends there. Take your medicine and leave the bases loaded and have a force at any base, and instead he tries to make the play. It was close. He probably could have had a chance at Galassi with a little bit of a better throw, and instead it's into left field.
Fastball away at 85. First inning brought to you by Ascension. We thank Ascension for their partnership here with the USPBL this year. Sakopoulos off to a 5-for-20 start. 2 home runs. Breaking to third. That one's into left field. Castro didn't see it until late. Whitfield charges it in, and that one skips. 3-0 Unicorns here to start.
Well, how about the Unicorns, who suffer their first loss yesterday? They get 1 run in the entire game after a really good outing on the bump by a couple Diamond Hoppers pitchers. Their only run comes from a solo shot in the middle of the game from Kevin Lambert, and they lose. And this has been the most potent offense we've seen all year. And talk about getting back on the right track. First inning, taking advantage. Two well-hit balls to good spots that are just put in play. They're not hard hit, and it results in 3 runs.
Tough start for Wannenberg as well in his first professional outing. You have to wonder, though, does the rain impact him at all when he's trying to exchange that from the glove? Tough to keep that hand dry because he's got to put down the signals, as you see there.
You know, certainly playing in the rain changes a lot, especially when you're trying to handle that baseball quickly. You know, when you're just tossing it back to the pitcher, he's getting his grip ready before he's going to deliver the pitch. You have more time to dry the ball off, make sure your fingers are set in a good spot. But in a tough situation like the last 2 throws for Wannenberg, and you're just trying to rifle that ball out of there as fast as you can, that transfer can change drastically with the rain.
2-2 off the inside part of the bat. Now you see the velocity just kind of subtly rise here for Devin. The rain has tampered a bit. Now the thing is, you got to watch the field and make sure it doesn't get too wet here. Just looking at the radar, it looks like the rain will be around until around 8. It's all green, though, which is a good sign in terms of heaviness. Now the 2-2. Slider in on the hands as Sakopoulos spoils it there. I mean, it may be green, but it's still falling pretty heavily to play baseball, at least.
You'll realize after about 30 to 45 minutes total, sitting out there in the outfield, that your clothes are going to be drenched, and you're going to have one of those nights.
Now the 2-2 again. Fastball in the hands. Wannenberg across the on-deck circle, sliding, can't make that catch. That would have been a nifty catch down the third base line. Good effort. Ramirez also coming over in length from his third base spot. But welcome to the USPBL for Wannenberg, really seeing how much foul territory there actually is here.
Yeah, I mean, surprise, there's plenty. You got a lot of room to get to that ball. I think maybe this being his first game, didn't quite know that yet. Maybe not. I'm sure he knew it, but maybe he didn't quite recognize just how much ground you can cover. Not necessarily have to, but you can cover as a catcher behind the plate. Seemed a little delayed getting out of the stance.
Rain is kind of sideways right now as well. The 2-2, slider high. Full count on Ari Sakopoulos. Walk, single. I don't believe Castro gets credited with an RBI in either chance, as this one is fouled back because Galassi obviously retreated and then went on the throw, and definitely not an RBI for Bolin scoring after that.
Yeah, I don't think that's a Castro RBI just quite. If Galassi went all the way home and then maybe the throw was off or he slid in safely, obviously it would be, but
did hit it sharply. 3-2 in there for strike 3. Sakopoulos thought he had drawn a walk, and he's giving it to the home plate umpire here tonight.
It seems like that slider before that moved the count to 3-2 horizontally was in the same spot as that last pitch, and I think the umpire might have made it a little adjustment because Sakopoulos stands so close to home plate in that left-handed batter's box that some of those inside pitches are in the strike zone, but he's right on the border that they look really inside and they look like a ball. And I think that's what happened on that slider for ball 3, and then Devin went right back there for strike 3.
Fly ball to center. Fraley is under that for out number 2. Decent strike there by Childress, but it's just one of those days where we thought it might fly, but it kind of deadened on that one.
I think the ball was going to be jumping off of some bats had the weather held and stayed sunshiny and blustery, and now it's just gotten cold and droopy and blech.
First pitch to Lambert. Fastball high and in. Boy, it's picked up probably the hardest that we have seen so far here today. And just by looking straight on for us, it doesn't give the full picture. The monitor gives us the best picture here. 1-0, fastball in there for strike one. I mean, we can see it's raining hard, but when you really look at it, I mean, it's raining hard for these guys.
Well, now, too, if you're Vaughn Joshua for the Beavers, you know, you want your guys to go out there and hit because you've seen the effect that it's had on your players in the field. And it's no doubt changed the way the ball is delivered and transferred across the diamond. And you want the Unicorns to have the same disadvantage for you for at least one inning, you know. So get out there, get to the bottom half, play that, and then delay this game in the second half, or excuse me, in the second inning.
Now the 1-2 slider, pretty good one, and Lambert just cut a piece.
But you don't want this game to be delayed after this half inning, and then, you know, the Unicorns get to take the field for the first time with sunny skies and clear weather.
27 pitches already through the first inning, able to retired the last 2 batters after the first 3 reached and scored. Now the 1-2. Slider away, smothered by Wannenberg there. Just not a good day to wear the white jerseys.
Yeah, we were talking earlier, some of the interns and I, about the best jerseys in the U.S. PBL, and one of them said, and I concur, that the Beavers pinstripes, you know, look great, but today, muddy, are going to get nice and brown and red from the dirt. It's not going to be the best look.
Shattered the bat, and wow, that barrel just flies to the left of Ramirez. What a job by him just to stay in there. All things considered, that for the 3rd out here in the first inning.
He was asked to do more than just catch the ball, had to stay safe, dodge the bat.
And Chelsea Cooper will take over for our sweetheart of the game here as well.
Thanks, Johnny. Hey, Johnny, I hope you're nice and dry up there. It's a little rainy down here, but you know what? That does not stop JJ the Field General, presented by Michigan First Credit Union, because he still found a very, very special fan in the stand today. He found Michelle, and he gave this beautiful bouquet of roses, or flowers to, from Thrifty Florist. So congratulations for being JJ's extra special sweetheart of the game today. Johnny, back to you.
Time for your Jimmy John's Freaky Fast Facts here today. Let's roll. A one-day weather forecast requires about 10 billion math calculations.
Billion with a B?
So that's all what's going into what we saw today.
Goodness. I would have guessed like 100. 10 billion.
There are 18 different animal shapes in the Animal Cracker Zoo. Really?
That's false. There's 4. There's 4 different ones, and that's it. There's
no, but this
way.
is like the one in the box. That like not your like. I know what you're talking about.
Right.
Yeah, this is the one in the box. It looks like a little carnival ride.
18
type
still seems a little much.
Number 3, you share your birthday with at least 9 million other people in the world. April 7th.
That I fully believe. A lot of people are surprised whenever they run into somebody with the same birthday as them or close. And statistically, it's like actually very, very likely that if you're put in a room with, I think it's like 12 other people, 2 people are bound to share a birthday, just complete strangers.
So look at Jake Fiorito, the 6-foot-tall, 200-pound righty out of Clark University. He had an April birthday as well, turned 24. 2-seam fastball, curveball, and a slider for Fiorito, getting the start today. We talked about it a little bit in the pregame. They initially anticipated Cardinal to throw today, but just because of how their bullpens lined up, thought that it was better off for Fiorito to go today and Cardinal on Saturday when the Unicorns play next. They also played yesterday in the non-public game. The rain still plummeting down. Fiorito gets his taste of that. Because it's interesting because the skies definitely have lightened up since the brunt of the clouds, I guess is what you could say, that rolled in. And it just kind of, got cloudy, got dark, and then got a little cold as we feel the breeze piping in the box as Tyler Fraley backs out of the way there. Now the 1-0. Lined up the box, a base hit off the glove of John Hodo. The grass looks fairly heavily trimmed, but it's a grass that doesn't necessarily play fast.
No, this is grass that doesn't necessarily need the water that it's getting right now either. It We've seen it a lot. Players have talked about it. Balls will die in this infield quite a bit, and what should be a routine ground ball will then be a tough play for, a middle infielder or a third baseman to make and get over to first in time, especially because there's a lot of speed in the USPBL this year as well.
Here's Eric Ramirez as Fiorito comes quick on that one. Lambert dives, can't get it. Back-to-back plays, it looked just like that. Hit to second and now hit to third. And Eric Ramirez has his third professional hit.
Well, this is why I mentioned that Vaughn Joshua, if this game's going to get delayed at all, wants his team to at least bat this half inning, because you can already see, I mean, these are good hit grounders, tough plays to make for the infield, but it's clear that this is not going to exactly be a defensive day if the weather remains like this the rest of the night.
Fiorito, the velocity maybe not always up there in terms of 90 or high 80s, but always good movement on that fastball. Good tail, 6-4-3. Able to erase two quick base runners here in the first as Fraley advances to third.
Cameron Collette thought he was safe at first, and I would like to hear his argument. He's a pretty speedy guy. Usually can make it down there in time. That's a tough call for the field umpire to make. Bang, bang. Usually bang, bang means they're out at the end.
Yeah, two looks. It's not convincing either way. Curveball away to Ryan Sullivan here. Two-seam, curveball slider for Jake Fiorito. Now the 1-0. 85 downstairs. You can tell just the way he kind of guided that ball. Maybe not the best feel with this rain still pounding down.
Yeah. Got to trust your stuff. Let that ball move on its own. You don't want to aim it.
2-0 outside, and for the most part, as these pitchers were warming up, it wasn't like this.
No, not at all.
So that can be hard as well, kind of making that adjustment.
I think this change in the weather really surprised a lot of people. A lot of these guys are not from Michigan. They've never seen the weather change that quick before, but we're used to it a little bit.
85 off the plate outside. Boy, Sullivan is seeing it very well right now. We saw it on some of his swings earlier this week, and just the way he's approaching BP, a lot more confidence. You could tell right there, 4-pitch walk and a close pitch on the outside corner. He knew he was heading down to first base. So corners with 2 outs now. Eric Whitfield looking to do some damage. Hewitt pulls that one back in for strike one.
Whitfield, who's hit the ball well, hit for singles, not a lot of power. Looking to get his first RBI this season. Could use it right here. He's had to shift his focus a lot defensively this year, and I think with the way things are now, he knows he can work on catching, play in the outfield, and then focus everything else on hitting and becoming a better hitter at the dish.
1-1 roped into left, a base hit. It'll score a run. 3-1. Still the Unicorns lead here in the first.
Absolutely perfect by Whitfield. Fiorito's been out there for a while. He wants to get off that bump, get into the dugout, get dry, end this inning, a 1-1 count. He doesn't want to fall behind 2-1, and Whitfield knows that, knows he has to come to him, puts an outside fastball, but it's in the zone, and Whitfield gets out in front of it and ropes it perfectly for an RBI single.
So first and second here with 2 outs. Now the first pitch to Marcus Page. Slider in for strike one. Jeremy Otto alongside Brendan Shabath to bring the call here today. So glad you could tune in on your Thursday, Friday, Saturday rotation this week in games. 0-1, back-to-back sliders. That one just missed.
We get a rare Sunday off. They've got the College Sunday Showcase coming up this Sunday, so the players get a day off and us employees do as well. It's nice. We're going to be pretty busy most of our Sundays the rest of the year.
Now the 1-1 fires a fastball. Ooh, just missed.
Looked like Duncan Hewitt did a good job framing that pitch. It's something John Dombrowski's been working on with all of the catchers in the USPBL, is stealing that low strike. I thought he did a good job there.
2-1. Fastball in for strike 2. And I thought especially the first pitch to Whitfield as well, he did a really good job to bring it back in maybe slightly.
He's not quite doing it in the same style that most of the MLB catchers are doing it these days.
2-2, baffling curveball by Page for strike 3. Fiorito gives up a run and 4 base runners in total, but able to strand a couple here to end the first on the USPBL network.
I'm all in with HR and Organizational Development Council.
I'm all in with Marketing and Business Development Council.
I'm all in with Operations and Member Experience Council.
I'm all in with CEO Council.
I'm all in with Lending Council.
I'm all in with CFO Council.
I'm all in with Technology Council.
Our credit union is all in with CUNA councils.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward, not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
Zach Devin out there for his second inning of work here today. The first 3 base runners all reached and scored, and then the next 3 were retired. Strikeout, fly out, line out. So nice job, but you could definitely tell the weather maybe affected him a bit, and the rain tapered off maybe a little bit near the end of his inning, and the velocity upticked a good 2 to 3 miles an hour on average. So he was able to put it together, and there was a few hard hit balls, but a couple runs scored because of the couple errant throws as well.
Yeah, and naturally, as one can understand, water will make things more slippery, and that's just what happens with the baseball out there. Unfortunately for Devin, as you mentioned, that velocity ticked up at the end because the rain lightened up towards the end of the inning, and now at the start of this one, it's back to pretty much where it was, pretty consistent downpour out there that you kind of just have to deal with, but certainly affects your game plan, your mentality when you take the plate.
First pitch to Attilis, shuttered on the ground. Ramirez to charge. Tough play with a slick track. Makes it look easy.
See, Ramirez did exactly what he was supposed to there. He took his time. He knew that Attilis was going to be a tough out over there at first. It was going to be a tough play to make, but still, if you take your time, make sure you've got a good grip on the ball and fired it over there accurately, you should be fine, and that's exactly what happened.
How many side comments you think are made between Ramirez and Attilis every time something like that happens?
Oh, I'm sure plenty. I'm sure they banter back and forth about that stuff.
You know,
I know I would.
It's good for the league to have them maybe split apart and go on one team, but it's also kind of a shame that they couldn't continue to be together as well. But
yeah, I talked with Lewis yesterday and said, hey, they traded your buddy away. What's going on? And he said, yeah, I know. The Beavers needed somebody, and they got somebody. He's a good guy for them to have, but I'm sure they'll have fun going against each other. They've done it in travel ball, did it in high school. They went against each other. They went to rival schools in Boston, so no different for them. I'm sure they'll still hang out and spend plenty of time together.
Not a lot of puddling going on, which is always something you watch for in weather like this. Deep back towards the dugouts is really the only spots it's happening, and oh boy, Devin wipes out. Slips off the rubber here.
That might be the sign that we've got to change something here soon. I don't know if baseball needs to be played when pitchers can't stay on the rubber without slipping.
Looks like there might be a spot in front of the mound that they're trying to work on here.
Well, the last place you want to puddle, like you were just talking about, is the mound. And if that's happening, which is possible with the pitchers digging their feet in every single pitch, and they can't really pitch on there anymore, and they're bringing them in.
Yeah, and that's not necessarily a surprise here. You see somebody potentially, back towards injury there, which Devin looks to be okay with, which is the good thing. They're going to bring out the tarp in quick fashion, which really I don't think is something that they expected to do here today. It's a 1-1 count on Duncan Hewitts when we return to play here in the second inning after this rain delay on the USPBL network. Stick around. We'll keep updating you as the night goes on.
Every summer, my family loves to have a neighborhood movie night in our backyard. And with my Chevy Blazer, I can head out and get everything we need for a great night. It has plenty of room for picking up friends, and the available hands-free liftgate is perfect for loading unhandy supplies. It may be movie night, but my Blazer is the main attraction wherever I go.
Lease a 2022 Blazer 2LT for just $239 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Make your move with a quick and easy mortgage from Genesis Credit Union. We have mortgages to fit your life. Genesis Credit Union. Visit us today.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
Why are all these business owners smiling? Because they rely on Tryon to handle difficult and time-consuming HR tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and more. Working with one of the nation's top professional employer organizations provides access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans and Tryon's team of attorneys and HR experts. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
We joined Green Path and instantly felt a support around us.
They developed a plan on paper, and this is how we're going to do it.
The plan that they gave me was something that was sustainable. It was something I could do. It was actually lowering my payments monthly by hundreds of dollars.
Choosing Green Path is a no-brainer.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well-earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. FSBcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities.
Where good neighbors do great things.
Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
There are things you can rely on in this world, like your dog being happy to see you, coffee getting you through the day, and the government changing business regulations. And when it comes to navigating those regulations, you can rely on Tryon and its team of attorneys. Tryon can also tackle time-consuming HR tasks like payroll and employee benefits, so you can stay focused on growing your business. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com. Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
Throughout your life, From big moments to ones well earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
Well, finally, welcome back to Jimmy John's Field. A delay that actually exactly hits an hour as we are ready to start baseball again. An hour is kind of always that the measuring stick, you feel like, for rain delays, whether a starter can continue or they'll have to warm somebody else up. Two good things. Number one, for Zach Devin, he gets his second inning. And number two, he looks healthy because he slipped off the mound, which kind of caused the delay in the end. Just too hard of rain to play. It started fairly hard, but then it got worse as the game went on. So he has one out and a 1-1 count to the scheduled hitter Duncan Hewitt here in the second inning. Kind of recapping what we've already seen. There's been a decent amount of runs scored. 3 runs in that first inning for the visiting Unicorns. They were able to get 3 base runners in a row on. A walk by Galassi, a single by Bolin, and then the single by Castro was kind of an adventure because Galassi was around the third base bag, then stopped after he realized there was a good throw from Whitfield from left into Wannenberg. So as Galassi was stopping, Wannenberg fired down to third base. It fell over the glove of Ramirez into left field, which allowed Galassi to score easily. Bolin also came around third and scored uncontested. Castro was able to score on a missed throw as well down the third base line off a steal attempt after he reached third. But then the next 3 outs were recorded, and that's when the rain lightened up just a little bit. Devin's velocity ticked up as well, started around 83, 84, got up to 86, 87. By the end of the inning, he struck out Sakopoulos looking, Childress flew out, and Lambert lined out. Then in the bottom of the first inning, Tyler Fraley for the Beavers led it off with a single. Ramirez did the same. Then a nice 6-4-3 double play off the bat of Cam Collette. Fraley got to third base, the walk by Sullivan. An RBI single by Eric Whitfield, and Marcus Page ended the inning with a strikeout. To begin this top of the second inning, which we will resume now, a 5-3 ground out by Attilas went Ramirez to Sullivan, and a 1-1 count to Duncan Hewitt after Zach Devin slipped. So he is ready to roll at 8:36 p.m. Eastern time here to the number 8 hitter in this Unicorns lineup. First pitch is a slider, dips in for strike 2. We saw some good breaking balls at the end of that first inning as well for Devin.
Yeah, they seem to be located a little bit better than when the rain was pouring, and probably because the weather now is kind of like we expected it to be at first pitch.
1-2 right back to Devin. Now there's 2 down here in the second.
Pitchers, athletes, 2. Zach Devin with a nice play. Not exactly hard hit, but
we've seen some good plays by pitchers this year, some athletic.
I would like to do a deep dive. Now, I am not the mathematician, nor do I have the willpower to do it, but I would like to do a deep dive on the USPBL balls hit back to the pitcher in comparison to other leagues, because we've had a lot so far, and we've only played 3 weekends of baseball.
I feel like the fielding from pitchers just in general have gotten worse across baseball.
Yeah.
Just the emphasis hasn't been there. Now the 1-0 chopped foul by John Hodo here. He's the bottom of the Unicorns lineup. The second inning brought to you by Budweiser.
Well, nowadays there's so much focus on specializing at such a young age that you become a half-decent pitcher by 8th grade. You're going to be a pitcher, and that's what you're going to do, and you're not really going to work on too many other things.
1-1 tipped into the glove, and just kind of specialization in general in sports has kind of gone rampant, but a lot of studies show that that's just not the thing to do.
When you ask some of the best athletes in their respective sports kind of how they've gotten so naturally athletic and skillful, all of them say, well, I played baseball and football and basketball and hockey, and I dabbled in they all say they played a bunch of different sports. Specialization seems to really have an advantage, maybe in high school where, you'll focus an entire offseason on whatever sport you want to be good in, and then you're better than some other people at that sport at that age, but you're just an overall more healthy, more well-rounded athlete when you play all those other sports.
Now the 1-2 again. Slider away, blocked by Wannenberg there. I'm sure he's happy to see the rain go away. Had a tough go on a couple throws. You wonder whether, some of it had to do with the weather.
I think it did. I think any baseball player desires to play the game in dry and warm conditions. And
the 2-2 tipped into the glove at 84. The fastball by him. And a 1-2-3 inning for Zach Devon. A long time ago, the first out was recorded, over an hour, and he's out of the inning in snappy fashion in the end.
Every summer, my family loves to have a neighborhood movie night in our backyard. And with my Chevy Blazer, I can head out and get everything we need for a great night. It has plenty of room for picking up friends, and the available hands-free liftgate is perfect for loading unhandy supplies. It may be movie night, but my Blazer is the main attraction wherever I go.
Lease a 2022 Blazer 2LT for just $239 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Make your move with a quick and easy mortgage from Genesis Credit Union. We have mortgages to fit your life. Genesis Credit Union. Visit us today.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
So both of these starting pitchers to begin the game have lasted the rain delay, which isn't always something you can say. Jake Fiorito is back out there for the second inning. Those fans hanging out in the Chevrolet Pavilion, maybe hoping to catch a home run ball today. That's something that we thought we'd see plenty, but now that American flag, after all the action we saw in batting practice, is limp to the right of the batter's eye in center field. So it's a little bit of a different story. We've seen this a few times in terms of it raining, and then the ball deadening of sorts as the night goes on. Not sure it'll be that much of a impact here today, just kind of reading the air, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think just the really good thing is like you mentioned, that both starting pitchers get to go back out there. We've talked so much about the main goal for the league is to get all of these players as many opportunities as possible. At-bats, innings pitched, appearances, games played, as many chances as possible to showcase what they have and possibly move on to the next level. And it's a really good thing that we had a short enough rain delay that Fiorito and Devon can come out, and this isn't a wasted start, and they still get an opportunity both to go 4, 5, maybe even 6 innings and add to their stat book.
Josh Wannenberg will lead off the second inning here. First professional at bat, looks at a ball outside. 7, 8, 9 due up for the Beavers here in the bottom of the second. It's Wannenberg, Mercedes, and Saywan Lawrence. Fielders pretty much straight up here. 1-0, fouled off. Let's recheck that Unicorns defense, brought to you by Three-Dimensional Services Group. It's Sikopoulos in left, Galassi in center, Castro is in right. Lambert and Bolin on the corners. Hodo and Attilis, your double play combination with Hewitts completing the battery here today. Now the 1-1. Slider in there for strike 2.
It's a really nice breaking ball. Has some good horizontal movement on it. Looks like it might be a hanger over the heart of the plate, and then it slides away at the end, away from Wannenberg.
Checked his swing in there for strike 3. It's the first strikeout of the inning for Fiorito and the second of this ball game.
Well, Fiorito looks pretty comfortable after the rain delay. Has some nice zip on those breaking balls. That slider just looks really good.
So Nafi Mercedes, who comes in 1 for 14 to start the year.
Another guys. We've talked about a few this year. Another guy who could really use a hit.
Sticking with the breaking ball. Dips inside. 1-0.
That's why Mercedes usually plays third base, but he's in the DH role today. Vaughn Joshua giving him an opportunity to solely focus today's game on plate appearances.
Lambert, 2 down here in the second. Now Saywan Lawrence, the last shot here in the second inning. So Fiorito, we'll see how long he goes here today. Montané, Bewley, Camacho, and Taylor are all hot and ready to go if needed. We still have not received confirmation about how this delay affects our time limit and just innings in general. Try to kind of ask around. Nobody quite knows, as Lawrence can't hang on to the stick there. It's 0-1.
Well, we don't know how it's going to affect the time limit, but we know how it affects the grip on the bats. Add a little pine tar on there, a little rosin and sunscreen.
Certainly pouring to begin the game, and they had to stop play about 30 minutes into the contest at a first pitch at 7:07. The delay started at 7:34 Eastern. Now the 0-1. Curveball knocked on the ground, fared on the third base line. Lambert kept it in and stretches across for the third out.
That's a tough guy to beat down to first base. Really good throw by Lambert deep in the hole.
3-1 Unicorns here in the USPBL Network.
Why are all these business owners smiling? Because they rely on Tryon to handle difficult and time-consuming HR tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and more. Working with one of the nation's top professional employer organizations provides access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans and Tryon's team of attorneys and HR experts. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
We joined Green Path and instantly felt a support around us.
They developed a plan on paper, and this is how we're going to do it.
The plan that they gave me was something that was sustainable. It was something I could do. It was actually lowering my payments monthly by hundreds of dollars.
Choosing Green Path is a no-brainer.
Jesse Galindo will take over on the mound here for the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers in the third. Zach Devon is done after 2 innings. Get up, throw, long hour delay. Did throw a nice 2 outs in the second. He already had 1 recorded. Hewitt and Hoda went down via a ground out and a strikeout. So we'll get a look at Jesse Galindo here today. Out of California. Galindo, the 6 foot tall, 190-pound righty, 24 years old, just turned 24 in March. Galassi, Bolin, Castro to lead off the third inning as the first pitch. A changeup by him for strike 1. Now the 0-1. On the ground is Sullivan. Plays it easily. Now that's quietly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 straight outs. Galindo played at Cal State between 19 and 21. Overall in his Division II career, 16 appearances, 30 2/3 innings. Bolin looks at a ball outside, 1-0. Bolin had a single in the first.
Decent strikeout and walk rates for Galindo back in college. Strikeout rate above 6, walk rate below 5. Would like to increase the difference between the two a little bit. Someone who hasn't had as many innings as the Beavers would like him to have at this point in the season. Probably why he's in here early today.
I think they called that first pitch a strike. Anyway, on the ground to Ramirez, scoops it up, fires across his body, and Ramirez has dazzled a couple times so far here today defensively.
I think Ramirez and his counterpart in purple, Lambert, we've seen a few balls hit to third today that have been tougher plays on a wet, slow field condition today, and they've made nice plays.
Leandy Castro single back in the first. Ended up driving in two, but did not get credited with an RBI either run just because of the circumstances. Glossy at first held up at third base. He wanted to go, but then thought better of it after a really good throw by Whitfield from left. After Wannenberg threw it away, he was able to score, and Malik Bolin after that. Fastball by Castro here, 1-1.
Yeah, I'm sure Castro would like to nudge our statistician and maybe get those RBIs to go to his name, but not the way it went. He's a guy who just getting that single is probably a good thing for him. He's only 4 for 19 now to start this year, and a lot of those 4 have been big power hits. Sometimes when you're a power hitter and struggling to get on base sometimes, you need to just crank out a few singles here and there. 3 for 4 in a game, 4 for 5, 3 singles, you know. Get that average back up, get that confidence back up.
The 2-2 slider punched away. So kind of have 2 arm angles, and over the top and a sidearm. This qualifying as the sidearm. Fastball, slider, changeup with that arsenal. Uses a curve when he goes over the top. 2-2 in on the hands. I think they were kind of looking to maybe commit him to either side, and I think they thought the better of it was towards the side.
Yes. Mitch Aker, I remember saying back in spring training all the way, Jesse Galindo was one of the first pitchers I watched from the USPBL in spring training, and he said he liked the sidearm a little bit better. Having 2 can throw hitters off a little bit, but it's kind of
on the corner for strike 3, his best fastball of the night. Punches in and out. A 1-2-3 inning here in the third on the USPBL network.
2.5 innings. It's the Unicorns 3 and the Beavers 1.
Time for JJ the Water Boy as he heads out to your base pass umpire here today, brought to you by Michigan First Credit Union. So Jack Antonio out there here today. And out to Chelsea Cooper it goes.
All right, thanks, Johnny. All right, you guys, it's time for the DTE Kids Race the Mascot. We got Buzz looking extra festive today. I got Clint, and I have Logan. He's dressed in his Utica unicorn, so he's ready to go. So I got 2 racers today. So, guys, you got to be extra loud for my friends. You guys got to beat Buzz. I'm going to meet you at home plate, hopefully with a victory. All right, let's take our positions. On your mark. Get set. Go. Buzz, you got to be extra fast today. You got 2 guys to beat. Oh, they're smoking you, Buzz. Pick it up. Clint is, you're fast. Logan, we can put you on the Unicorns team. All right, you guys. Nice. I don't even see Buzz. Taking his sweet time. Nice job, guys. Johnny, back to you.
Well, there you go. You just saw your banked fifth third out of the game as well in that top of the third inning. Really nice job by Jesse Galindo coming in relief of Zach Devon, who went 2 today. Jake Fiorito still out there for the Unicorns, Brendan.
Yeah, Fiorito is someone who we talked about earlier today that they want more innings out of. Only 5 innings pitched before today's game, kind of fallen a little bit behind. And the Unicorns have an abundance of bullpen guys, Fiorito's being one of them. His 3 appearances before today were not starts, so that's why he got to start today. Get a few more innings, 80, 85 pitches, have a longer appearance, see what you can do. And, you know, Unicorns might be needing a starter here soon. Fiorito's a guy they like. Maybe he can take over a starting role.
First pitch to Fraley off the plate outside. At times hard to differentiate the curveball and the slider. That last pitch probably the curveball as the fastball gets him to check swing, but they did call it a strike. Single back in the first inning for Tyler Fraley, the center fielder today for the Beavers. Now the 1-1. Fiorito gets a chance now for the first out.
Good sequencing there by Fiorito. Set up the last two fastballs with a curveball at the start of the at-bat. That last fastball low and in. Really tough spot for Fraley to do any damage if he's not sitting on it, just kind of reacting to that pitch. And one up, one down.
Eric Ramirez with a single back in the first inning. 3 for 11 start for Eric, including a big home run. First pitch fastball away, 1-0 on the third baseman today. One of the guys we've gotten to catch up with a few times during batting practice before the game.
That one home run he had this year put him pretty high on the RBI list through first few games of the USPBL. It was a grand slam. Put 4 up there. Not too many guys have that many already.
And you're starting to see the at-bats increase now, heading towards 30.
Yep.
1-1, curveball high, and that's kind of when we'll sprinkle in the averages and the on-bases and the sluggings of the world. But right now, it's still kind of, it can go one way or the other, right?
Yeah.
Or in the middle.
Right now, one at-bat will have many more ticks than it will in just a few weeks.
Another shattered bat. Hodo misplays it. That's the second bat we have seen in this game absolutely obliterated. We saw a ball hit towards Ramirez, and the barrel ended just a few feet to his left where he made a play. Ruud and air on Hodo here, so now 3 combined between these two teams. 2 on the Beavers, 1 on the Unicorns. So 1 out in the inning now. Breaks what was a 5-batter record streak there. Or 5-out record streak.
It'll be tough for anybody to catch up to Colin Ledbetter's longest streak this year, 7. All struck out.
All struck out. Wasn't that something?
2 total pitches were called balls.
He barely threw. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. He barely threw a ball, and every pitch it seemed like was a first pitch strike there for 4 or 5 batters in a row.
And it was my fault. I jinxed him. We were on the 6th straight strikeout, and the 7th guy came up, and I said, he hasn't thrown a ball yet.
First pitch through Collette. Ramirez easily gliding his way to second base here.
It's unfortunate for Eric Ramirez, who probably wants a stolen base there. He was going to go almost no matter what in this at-bat. As we could tell, Fiorito threw over there before he delivered the first pitch over to first base. Instead, I think it's going to be ruled a wild pitch.
That pitch lofted down the right field line. Castro gives it a run, but it'll sink foul. I was listening to MLB Network Radio on the way in. Just kind of speaking of the rain delay, we obviously had an hour rain delay here. I didn't catch what game it was, but they said it was a 2-hour and 7-minute rain delay in a 2-hour and 7-minute game.
Really? 2 hours and 7 minutes for a game is pretty spiffy for MLB standards.
0-2, lifted foul again. There was another game even shorter earlier today, St. Louis and Tampa Bay. It was a 2-1 victory for the Rays. That was an hour and 57 minutes.
See, that's a tough trade-off. 2-1, but under 2 hours. I don't know which one you want, You'd like to see some baseball, but you also like to see good pitching.
Fiorito can't glove it there. Ends up in the center of the diamond. And now a couple runners on with only 1 out here in the third inning as the Beavers look to edge back.
Well, that's a very tough bounce for Jake Fiorito. Typically, you tell infielders when something like that happens that they're supposed to charge the ball. But Fiorito is not far from home plate on the mound. You can't really expect him to charge for that one. And instead, it takes one quick hop before it reaches his glove off the mound and above him. Really unlucky.
Ruled a hit on the board as Sullivan looks at a ball inside. He walked on 4 straight pitches back in the first inning. You can just tell from that at bat, and maybe tell from that first ball he took. He's seeing it really well right now. Heard the same from the coaches yesterday. Speaking with Josh Hines, his assistant coach. We weren't here on Tuesday for their non-public, but he said he obviously hit a home run. His second overall that we've seen him. Another one in the simulated game.
Both of his home runs non-public games?
The other one was in the simulated game, so technically didn't count towards the stats, but it was a good one off the scoreboard.
That's right.
You're coming home, Ramirez, but he will stop as Collette's reaches second base. Then he also, on Tuesday, hit one over the 315 sign and left, which was just foul. I mean, there's not a lot of room down there where the fence is and that sign is and the foul pole is.
Yeah, usually when someone's seeing the ball well, it means they're due for something powerful. We know you can just look at Ryan Sullivan and tell what he can do.
On the ground, Attilas will allow a run to score and make it 3-2 as Ramirez scratches home plate. It's cooled down to 59 degrees here in Utica, Michigan. It was around 72, 75 at game time with rain heavily in the area. It was a perfect day earlier. It's a shame to see all the rain come down. 75 and sunny nearly all day long.
I was ready to just go on the broadcast on my way into the ballpark about how great it's been and how great the weather is today.
Swing and a miss there by Eric Whitfield.
Save our viewers the trouble.
Looking at that Tampa Bay St. Louis game again, both starting pitchers went 8 innings.
That's pretty fun.
That's not something you see hardly at all in Major League Baseball either. Nicholas for the Cardinals, 8 innings, 3 hits, 2 runs, no walks, 9 strikeouts. 0-1, slider away, 2-1 now. McClanahan for the Rays, 8 innings, 2 hits, 1 unearned run, 1 walk to 9 Ks.
Now, see, if I'm going to a baseball game and I can decide whether it's going to be an abundance of offense or a pitching battle, I'm only choosing a pitching battle.
Line drive to center field. How about the abundance of offense for the Beavers here in the third? They've tied it up.
Yeah, they've really got it going. Whitfield, another guy who much needs a hit and got one there.
Off the bat at 93.
But I'm only choosing a pitching battle if I know there's an opportunity that someone might have a no-hitter. You know, I want to see a no-hitter. If it's going to be a low scoring and I'm not going to see any hits and home runs and base runners, get to like the 6th or 7th inning with no hits and make the day interesting.
That one floats near the top of Marcus Page there. And we saw a no-hitter in the USPBL last year. Jake Kinney threw a 7-inning no-hitter, struck out 12 in that one. Ty Hensley a few years ago as well in 2020. 1-0 is in for strike one. Ty Hensley, of course, one of the better stories in the USPBL. #1 draft pick by the Yankees back in the day. Just couldn't stay healthy with his arm and went to the DVS program, made some adjustments, got that power curveball back. At times spins of 3,000 RPMs with a fastball of 94, 95, 96.
3,000 RPMs. That's sticky stuff level.
Yeah, no, it was fun to watch. He didn't know he threw his no-hitter, though. He looked back at the scoreboard. There was everyone was mobbing. It was like, oh, I did it. Here's the 1-2. Popped foul. Fox News actually did a nice documentary on Ty and included that moment from the broadcast, actually.
Nice. It's not exactly the same thing, but I think pitchers really don't pay attention to their stats that much. I apologized to Colin after the game when he had 7 straight strikeouts. Said I jinxed him when he threw those last 2 balls. He said I had no idea, and I guess he just didn't. I think they're just so locked in when they're out there. It's hard to really keep track of the count, of the score, of the number of outs. You're focused on what your catcher's calling for and where you want to put this pitch and how to get it by that batter.
Now the 2-2, line drive to left, carrying Sakopoulos back. That ball's going to die in the air, though, and Ari will fade over a couple of steps to make the catch. 6 come to the plate here in the 3rd inning. 2 more score to tie up the game at 3s.
All right, Johnny, it is time for the Dave & Buster's Dizzy Bat Challenge. And I got my buddy Peyton and my buddy Derek here. They are going to spin around their bats when I start counting down from 10. They're going to run to the cone, and whoever runs back to me fastest is my winner. And you get a t-shirt.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. FSBcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities.
Where good neighbors do great things.
Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
Back here at Jimmy John's Field, downtown Utica, after a long rain delay. It's been a decent day for baseball, but we had that tough weather in the middle. But now, Jeremy, the skies have cleared up. It's warmed up a little bit, and we've still seen some of the offense. The Beavers get 2 runs in the bottom of the 3rd, tied this game at 3.
I have a feeling the offense we're going to need to see here today to see a lot more runs as we go on is the line drives, which have been successful here today. Even in the rain, we saw some sharp line drives. So we'll see if that continues here today. But Galindo, we'll see what he does here in the 3rd inning. Sharp 1-2-3 inning, just to righties especially. He is able to hide that ball for a long time and comes in on you quick despite what the velocity says.
1 strikeout for Jesse Galindo already. Came in the last batter of the 3rd inning against Leandy Castro. Now it's Ari Sakopoulos in the 4-hole. He looks at a ball 1. Yeah, going back to your point about line drives, Marcus Page hit that ball hard at the end of the 3rd for the Beavers, and it just died right into the glove of our man at the plate, Ari Sakopoulos, over and left. Looked like it had home run exit velocity at first and never quite got as far as we thought it could. Sakopoulos looks on a 2-0. Low and away. This one's hit hard to the gap. Over there is Whitfield, and he'll drop in and make that catch right into his glove. Another ball that kind of dies.
And certainly the air, regardless of what it is right now, I mean, just if we had the wind that we had earlier, that probably would have at least gotten to the warning track.
We know the power that Sakopoulos has. He certainly has what we call light tower power. So does this guy, Noah Childress. Childress, 5 for 12 coming into today. Flew out in the 1st inning. Has a home run and 6 RBIs this year. First pitch swinging, right field. Going back is Lawrence. Back to the track, to the wall, fading away. It's off his glove. Down to the base of the wall. Childress will cruise into second base. A tough play for Saywan Lawrence and a first pitch double for Noah Childress.
He just continued to watch that ball sail. Probably the best carry we've seen on a ball today. And I'm not sure if Lawrence had a great read on it. It's probably a tough sky, especially in the middle of the diamond. In left field, it's a little bit more clear, but right over the top of center field and into right center, all the way stretching to the foul pole, there's some darkish clouds. Not rain clouds, but...
It was a weird way for Lawrence to go back to the track, too. He was kind of on a diagonal angle. It's hard to judge that ball when you're running on that direction. Here's Kevin Lambert now. Lambert, a home run yesterday, the only run to cross the plate for the Unicorns in the 3-1 loss to the Hoppers. It was a decent shot pulled to left field over the Macomb Daily Oakland Press sign.
It was loud as well, and everything is kind of magnified when the stadium is empty. There's no fans and pretty much just the players and staff around on the non-public games, but you could tell as soon as it off the bat.
Swings and misses there quickly behind 0-2. Yeah, it's really interesting when there's nobody here. Any ball that reaches halfway into the outfield kind of sounds like a home run ball. They sound really hard hit. Day like today, it's a little amplified. Not quite as many fans in attendance as we're here for first pitch due to the rain. This one's hit to short. Collette will collect and throw to first. A nice dot from Cameron Collette for out number 2.
Now, you talked about it, the dot. Everything pre-throw was the way you wanted it to be as well. It wasn't an easy play, kind of a bounding ball to his left. Took a couple steps, one quick gather with Lambert, a pretty quick runner moving down first base, and he made it an excellent play in the end.
Now 2 down for Louis Attilis. First pitch swinging, fouled down the third baseline.
Starts with a first pitch slider there. You can tell, even though that slider's 71, the fastball has been around 85 so far today. It's just tough picking it up, especially for these righties. How long he hides it, that sidearm angle, kind of in tight to his body.
That one's above the strike zone for ball 1. Attilis grounded to third, his first time up to lead off the second inning for the Unicorns.
That one was a bit more over the top than we've seen so far today, so maybe he hasn't ditched that totally.
The 1-1, there's the sidearm. Slider dropping into the bottom of the zone for strike 2.
And it's still not your traditional over the top, just kind of that 3/4 type arm slot.
Not a full submarine or semi-submarine from Galindo. 2 down, the 1-2, in on the hands. Got him. Strike 3 for Louis Attilis. Got him looking. And so Galindo faces 4, retires 3, and gives up none. We head to the bottom of the 4th on the US PBL Network.
There are things you can rely on in this world, like your dog being happy to see you, coffee getting you through the day, and the government changing business regulations. And when it comes to navigating those regulations, you can rely on Tryon and its team of attorneys. Tryon can also tackle time-consuming HR tasks like payroll and employee benefits, so you can stay focused on growing your business. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well-earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
Pitching change for the Utica Unicorns here at Jimmy John's Field on the US PBL Network. Jean Montanet, the lefty from Puerto Rico, will take over with the pill on the hill. Montané, 24 years old, 3 games played this year. None of them starts. He's got a 1-0 record. Hasn't given up an earned run yet. Does have 1 unearned run. 4 1/3 innings pitched. No walks. 4 strikeouts. Has looked solid in the early goings of this season. The only lefty, not just out of the pen, but on the entire pitching staff for the Unicorns. That could change moving forward with the college showcase taking place on Monday, but Montané being the only lefty gets relied on quite a bit to do some damage out of the pen for Jim Essien and his squad. So Fiorito ends the day with 3 innings pitched, 5 hits, 3 runs, no walks, 1 walk, and 2 strikeouts. This brings up the catcher Wannenberg as the rain has recommenced here in downtown Utica. The skies are still relatively clear, but the drizzle comes back as Montané takes the mound. The 0-1 dotted in the bottom of the zone for strike 2 to Wannenberg.
What did you do? Did you bring this back?
I didn't do anything, Jeremy. I promise. I was doing my rain dance to make it go away. Fouled away on the 0-2 by Wannenberg. Wannenberg struck out in the second in his first professional plate appearance. He led off the second inning, leads off here in the fourth as well. Now the 0-2 was in the dirt, 81 miles an hour from Montané.
Just sort of fan below us. They're probably under the cover of the suites. They said, is it raining again?
Unfortunately, young fan, it is. Wannenberg hits the 1-2 to short. A sliding play for Attilas, drops the ball. Tough little one to do in the wet grass, and Wannenberg will reach.
Yeah, that might be the lone time when the slick track actually helps you, but in the end I think it hurt him a bit just on the exchange, trying to get it out of the glove. Hard to keep those hands dry, whether a pitcher, catcher, hitter.
So they rule it an infield single for Wannenberg. A tough play to make for Attilas.
It's his first professional hit.
Grab that ball and get it into the dugout. Stuff it in his bag. Could be worth something someday. Mercedes, first pitch swinging, flying foul down the right field line. That might be all the way. It was hit hard. Might be all the way to the wiffle ball stadium. That's tough to do for a right-handed batter.
You think they've shut her down in the wiffle ball stadium? You think they're still going down there?
Hey, when I was a kid, you couldn't get me. I don't care. Rain, sleet, shine, snow, you could not get me in the house. I'd be out there playing sports all day. So if kids are anything like I was, they're still out there. Montané changes his mind as he delivers and throws Wannenberg back to first base.
There's a few times where we would stick the car kind of in the, quote, outfield in our backyard and put the lights on. Fortunately, a couple of times the battery ran out too, but
another foul for Mercedes. So you'd park the car back there and do what?
And shine the lights. So you had light to play
smart.
still.
Yeah.
Not exactly the most cover light. I mean, it's kind of in your eyes, but it's something, right?
Exactly. I always trying to think of ways to do that when I was younger, how to keep the day going as long as I could and into the night. I thought about, asking my dad, can we get some floodlights or something? Never materialized into anything. The 1-2 to Mercedes. Swing and a miss. Montané got him. Nice pitch there for the first strikeout of Montané's day. That's the third for the Unicorns. And out number 1.
Talk about above average spin. That one didn't quite hit Ty Hensley level at 3,000, but around 2,600, which a couple of years ago was around the major league average. Have not checked what it is this year, but nonetheless, good look at 71 miles an hour. Good change of speeds.
This one's another change of speed. Breaking ball down in the dirt at 70. Hewitt steps in front of it. Wannenberg holds it first. Ball 1 to Sawan Lawrence. Lawrence grounded out to third his first time up. He's playing right field today. Usually would be over and left with Ford in right. But as we mentioned, Ford missing from today due to injury. So a little reshuffling. Whitfield has taken over the left fielder duties.
Yeah, we talked about that a little bit in the pregame. I'll be interested to see what they do with their catching situation going forward as well.
Good count for Lawrence. He's looked at 3 straight called balls, and he's ahead 3-0 with 1 on and 1 out.
And currently, the situation probably is just to have him in the outfield with Omar Ortiz also available as well.
3-0. Lawrence was taking all the way, and it was a called strike at the bottom of the zone. Thought it might be ball 4.
Maybe have him develop as a catcher on the side as well. There's certainly some time to do that. John Dombrowski does a lot of work with these catchers on off days and even before the games. You'll see him out there. The Hoppers co-manager alongside Brian Kotke, moving over from the Mammoths this year. But that's the thing about this league. Coaches will kind of float around if at their needs. I mean, there's certain that have specialized, things that they've worked on in their career.
We've got 4 separate teams, but everybody is for everybody, and we're all trying to work together to make these players as good as they can be. Lawrence looks at ball 4 on the 3-1. First walk for Montenay. Second walk of the game for the Unicorns.
Next up for the Beavers, the center fielder number 9, Tyler Fraley.
Lineup flips over, and Tyler Fraley will step up to the plate now.
The new overall development coach this year, Paul Nochi, kind of stepping away from managing duties. He'll work a lot in the practices and float around and just work with guys on certain things. Been around the game a long time.
Fraley checked the swing, did not go, ball 1. Yeah, there's a really good attitude around everybody on the baseball staff of this league. Hewitt drops that one right in front of him for him to grab, though. But everybody's just trying to, we spoke with Josh Hines and Mitch Aker and Shane McCaddy, and they all say, well, my goal, 5 of these guys out of here by middle of the summer, 10 of these guys out of here by middle of the summer, trying to make sure these players can move on and get up to the next level. And that's because a lot of these managers and coaches and development people were in this similar position when they were this age. Mitch Aker, the inaugural season of the USPBL in 2016, eventually affiliate ball with the Diamondbacks organization. I was talking to Mitch about Xbox the other day, and he said he was even in MLB The Show 2018.
Oh, really?
He said he had a 93 rated fastball, and his overall rating for control was in the 60s, and he said that sounds about right. The walk to Fraley, 4 pitches from Montenay, loads the pond full of ducks, as my partner always says, with only 1 out. And Hewitt, who are before Fraley's at bat, is back out there again, this time with assistant manager taking over the head manager duties, Adrian Guzman. Jim Essien is gone in a Essien family reunion down in Texas. He'll be back for Saturday's game. Guzman has been running the show this week for the Unicorns, though. Montenay will stay in for this at-bat against Ramirez. Ramirez has reached twice, is only 1 for 2, reached via error in the 3rd.
Guzman definitely a good addition to this coaching staff. Obviously straight from playing, so he understands what this is all about and kind of making a roster, keeping a roster spot. We talked about that with him a little bit.
The showcase, yep. First pitch swinging from Ramirez is fouled back. Yeah, Guzman was talking about the college showcase coming up on Sunday and said he just feels a little different about it this year. He's kind of excited because maybe some fresh blood, some new faces on the roster, fill some needs that they have. As a player, he always dreaded that day, he couldn't decide whether to stay away from the phone or keep it nearby in case he got that phone call. He was hoping they didn't find any good middle infielders there, but now maybe hoping the opposite.
A guy that played in the USPBL moved on and then was back as well last year. Just one of those COVID casualties in terms of roster cuts and minor league affiliates getting cut down.
Ramirez has the bases loaded, but he's behind 0-2 and gets time.
It is a very interesting time in baseball, though, obviously with the draft getting cut down to 20 or so rounds and more independent leagues floating out there, some with, quote, partner leagues with Major League Baseball as well.
0-2. Miss. Ramirez caught badly on that one. out number 2, strikeout number 2 of the inning for Montanay.
Well, see Ramirez take a swing like that too often, kind of screwed him into the ground. And if you're a pitcher, you're smirking below your ball cap there. The 21st pitch here today in the 4th inning for Montanay, trying to get out of this 4th inning unscathed.
He's caught himself now. Wannenberg is the runner on 3rd. Lawrence the runner on 2nd. And Fraley via walk on 1st. Here's Cameron Collette. This ball's in the dirt. Everybody stays. Hewitt did a decent job blocking it and quickly getting over there and calls time. Not exactly someone you want to see late if you're Jean Montanay. Cameron Collette has been off to a start this year. He's now 9 for 20. 2 RBIs, 2 walks, 5 strikeouts, 2 stolen bases as well. Not a lot of power in this bat. Real solid contact hitter, though. Seems to do a really good job of aiming the ball out to those gaps, putting it where those outfielders are not, and getting on base. And he's in a good hitter's count here, 2-0. Pitch, hard hit down the right field. Foul.
He's anxious to hit as well. Maybe chase that one a little bit on the, but want to get. John has here in the 4th.
John spent last year in the Summer Prospect League with the Lafayette Aviators. Almost 40 innings there. The 2-1 is in there for a called strike 2 to Collette. In his 38 1/3 innings there last season, had 45 strikeouts, only 30 walks. An ERA just above 5. He's in danger of the first earned run here in the USPBL. 2-2. Curveball way up in the zone at 72. Count is full. Bases are full.
And Montanay's pretty much been a starter throughout his career, so obviously a little bit of a adjustment to pro ball, but you see a lot of guys have to go through that. Not everybody who's a good starter in college will automatically be a starter at the next level. It just isn't enough of those positions.
Collette backs off out of the box, calls for time.
And less starters are needed here in this league as well, just based off how it's constructed.
Runners go. Collette swings and misses. It's dropped. Hewitt quickly grabs it, fires a nice throw down to first, and Jean Montanay gets out of a bases-loaded jam with all 3 outs in the inning coming from strikeouts, all of them swinging. That's one way to get it done if you're Montanay, and now we'll head to the 5th on the USPBL Network. Still tied at 3 between the Beavers and the Unicorns.
As your neighbor who works at Ascension, Michigan, and a cardiologist who's practiced for more than 20 years, I'm going to keep asking, how are you feeling today? Your care can't wait. Getting care sooner can mean catching things before they get worse. At Ascension, Michigan, our ERs and our hospitals and other sites of care are maintaining strict precautions for your safety. Studies have shown that people will get care sooner if they're encouraged by their doctors, family, and friends. Get the care you need at getascensionmichigancare.com.
Jimmy John's Field is the perfect venue for birthday parties, summer picnics, company outings, and provides the best entertainment in Metro Detroit with great baseball all summer long. Spend your summer nights under the lights at Jimmy John's Field in historic downtown Utica.
So Jesse Galindo goes 2 innings, 1 hit, no runs, no walks, 2 strikeouts, and his day is done as Zach Blankenship, the lefty, will take over on the bump for the Beavers. Game tied at 3 apiece. Due up for the Unicorns, 8-9-1 hitters Duncan Hewitt, John Hodo, and Drew Galassi. Blankenship 3 seasons at Valdosta State before coming to the USPBL, a native of Fleming Island, Florida. 2 games so far this year, has an ERA above 13. That's been influenced a lot by a 6-run outing that he had. 2 walks, 5 strikeouts in just the 4 innings pitched for Blankenship so far this year.
You see the discussion there between the umpire and Adrian Guzman. He was also talking with Munt today before he left him out in the 4th. A balk coming completely set, something like that is the conversation.
Might have had something to do with why Cameron Collette called time twice in that one at bat. Obviously, that's a high-pressure situation. Collette's trying to untie the game with bases loaded, and Montanet's trying to get out of a jam, but I found that interesting.
Blankenship his last time looked really sharp in his first inning. His catcher missed a few balls in the second inning of work out of the bullpen. Is that light rain? It just keeps on coming, huh? Just these random little clouds that pop up.
They are worse than they look from the press box. The monitor, as we talked about earlier, gives a great view of the actual rain coming down. First pitch to Duncan Hewitt is outside for ball 1. From up here, though, it looks like nice, fine, regular day. Just a little wet out there, but reality is still coming down a little bit. Tougher for hitters to pick up the ball. Inside at 89, the fastball from Blankenship misses for ball 2. Check that. That was a called strike on Hewitt. Count now 1-1, and Blankenship steps off the rubber.
See the defensive alignment there, playing fairly in and center. Same for Lawrence and right.
Sawan is way in over and right. Cut on and missed by Hewitt.
And that goal for Blankenship in his slider, been trying to throw it a bit harder to make it look the same out of the hand as the fastball, that ever-changing, developing thing for a pitcher with all their pitches.
Hardest thing for pitcher to develop on that slider is tunneling it like that. Here's one at 76 that Hewitt gets in front of and fouls back.
Another one of those guys throws a fork ball, 2 in the game that could possibly be used here today. Perry Bewley also throws a fork, I believe.
Bo Atkins, a newcomer for the Mammoths, has a fork ball in his arsenal.
Actually, it is Bo Atkins. For some reason, I thought Bo Atkins for a minute was on the Unicorns. I was taking down some notes, kind of catching up.
I believe
between games.
I believe the day we were introduced to him, they played the Unicorns.
Might have been. So that's where it is. It's hard to play some of these new guys sometimes.
Hewitt staying alive. 2 foul balls in a row. That pitch is inside.
Boy, he didn't get the call on that pitch, but the previous one, it looked like maybe a ball. He got the call, just continuing to bust him inside. Only 8.
Might be trying to back Hewitt off a little bit. Pretty in that right-handed batter's box. Devin, the lefty, works the middle of the rubber. The 2 swung on and missed by Hewitt. Another strikeout for the Beavers, the first for Blankenship.
That at bat did a good job of mixing his pitches, pretty much his fastball slider, but after you continue to kind of back him off inside, you want him in a pitch, and in the end, uncorks the slider to get him.
5th batter today to go down via strikeout for the Unicorns. Here's Joe. Another 5. Struck out back in the 2nd inning his first time up. First pitch fouled away. Hodo was taking batting practice down there today. On their home run in batting practice, which for someone like Hodo is not going to happen every single day. Not a whole lot of power in his bat historically, but I thought it was interesting. He got some cheers from some of the other people around us. Mike Zielinski, director of operations here at the USPBL, one of those, and he looked at his bat and said, "I know it's in there. It's in there somewhere. Just got to pull it out."
He did.
Philosophy some guys have at the plate. They know they can all do it. Just got to make it happen. Hodo dive. That hit his head. Scary pitch from Blankenship there. Tried to run him up and in with a fastball and did a little too much. Makes it a ball and a strike. That one's inside, and he did hit him. Blankenship was trying to go inside a lot on Hewitt, and the second pitch inside to John Hodo hits him, looked like maybe on the knee.
Maybe it bounced up and hit his face.
I think it did. It clipped him on the knee and hit his face.
Huh.
That's appears what Hodo is struggling with right now. It seems less like a knee issue and more like a face issue. He's being checked out by Adrian Guzman, one of our trainers here.
And checking for blood, it looks like. He keeps thinking like it might start flowing at some point, but just hasn't, as he explains exactly what happened. Not that you see very often. Kind of double trouble there for John.
Looks like he might have got hit in the lip. Eric Ramirez will check him. He appears relatively okay enough to at least take first base. Hodo, he'll head down to first. The fans still here at Jimmy John's Field, and he's the first base runner of the fifth inning. Through 4 runs, 3 hits, 1 error for the Unicorns. 3 runs, 6 hits, 2 errors for the Beavers. So a little bit of everything today. Still haven't had a home run yet. Likely won't on this heavy air day. Ball has just been dying into a lot of F7, 8, 9s on the scorebook. Hodo going on the first pitch. Throw down from Wannenberg. Nobody was there. Collette had to go behind the bag to collect it before it ran out into center field. Easy stolen base for Hodo.
Guess the knee's fine, huh?
Yeah, I guess so. That's the second of the year for John. Now this is a dangerous hitter up to bat with a runner in scoring position and only 1 out. Drew Galassi. He's 0 for 1 today with 2 RBIs, 5 walks on the year. Came into this game 7 for 18. He's behind 0-2. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball hit hard to Page at second. He'll flip to Sullivan for the second out. Hodo advances to third.
Yeah, Hodo doing a nice job making Blankenship pay a little attention to him there as he continues to. It's like with Eric Ramirez down the third base line, but you steal second base, get a good rate on that ball, go right away, and now you got a chance for the number 2 hitter in your lineup to drive in a run.
Bolin has done that twice this year.
He's a good candidate for a line drive like we talked about earlier.
Yeah, he's a really good line drive hitter. Has had quite a few lately. Started this season, I believe it was 7-6, now 6 for 19 before today. 0 for 4 in the Unicorns' last public game against the Mammoths before an extra inning sacrifice fly for an RBI in the 11th. This one's fly. Quickly behind 0-2. Lefty-righty matchup. The only lefty-lefty matchup was the last one against Colossi. Foul tipped by Bolin. Only 2 lefties total in both of these lineups. Excuse me, 3 lefties total in both of these lineups. Fraley for the Beavers, the only lefty in today. And Sakopoulos and Galassi, the 2 for the Unicorns. The 0-2 again to Bolin is popped up. Right side. Page is under it. So is Sullivan. And he'll call everybody off for out number 3. So Hodo gets over to third, but not before there's 3 outs for the Unicorns. We'll head to the bottom of the 5th. It'll be the Beavers coming up on the USPBL Network.
Dunham Sports is a proud partner of the USPBL. Big names, low prices, delivering value since 1937.
At Fifth Third Bank, we're working hard to make banking a Fifth Third better, which means we put 166.7% into everything we do.
I think you can only give 110%.
Well, with free checking, fraud protection services, and an automatic savings tool to help you quickly reach your goals, 166.7% is possible.
And they're going to do an eating
Wait till my 8th
contest.
graders hear about
On
this.
my count,
They're going to be like,
whoever
it's not
eats their
possible.
punchki first,
Well,
it's going to
yes,
be
it
my
is.
This is banking, a Fifth Third better.
All right, you guys, on your mark, get set, eat away. No pressure. I wonder what flavor it is. It looks like some raspberry action. Oh man, Jason he looks like he's almost done. Come on, Bobby, pick it up. He's got nice, oh, that looks good. What flavor is that? It looks like strawberry, raspberry. They're chewing away. Oh, hold on. All right, Jason has to swallow it. I can't continue. He can't be my winner yet. You guys are slow. Jason, I'm going to declare you my winner. Guys, give it up for Jason eating that punchki. So good.
Punchki contest down there with Chelsea Cooper, our in-game host here at Jimmy John's.
Punchkis are very good, but I guarantee they're not going to feel very good after doing what they just did.
You can't. Those you have to savor. You have to really take your time. Little U of D connection. You and I always celebrate Punchki Day at U of D Jesuit. Chelsea Cooper, also a teacher, U of D Jesuit High School, 7 miles away. A pitching change for the Unicorns here in the bottom of the 5th. Montana is Keon Taylor's turn. The righty from Rialto, California. He'll face Ryan Sullivan to start. Sullivan 0 for 1 with a walk and an RBI ground out in the 3rd. Taylor spent 3 seasons at Georgetown of Kentucky in the NAIA. As submarine delivery, not quite full submarine, but strong sidearm. Played last season in the USPBL and the Frontier League as well. Was 24 there in the games here at Jimmy John's. Only had 3 total wins as a reliever. All of them came right here at Jimmy John's Field. Fouled away by Sullivan.
So we have confirmation here that we are going off the time limit, which I'm guessing means should take about 34 minutes when we started. Then kind of add that on again. We started back up at 8:34 roughly.
0-2. Sullivan looks at a called 3rd strike, and he knew it as soon as it landed in there. A nice pitch from Keon Taylor to get out number 1.
We've had some uncomfortable backwards Ks so far here today.
That one was more comfortable. I think Sullivan kind of knew that by the time that pitch had landed, that he was going to get rung up. Brings up the left fielder, Eric Whitfield. This righty-righty matchup, the arm angle that Keon Taylor delivers has to be so tough on righties to pick up that ball and really feel comfortable taking a swing at some of these pitches. I mean, they look like they're coming from the shortstop. Way out there, and this one's chopped right back to the mound. Taylor will quickly glove it and flip it. 2 up, 2 down. Other in their position.
You know, all of a sudden this game has pretty much become a bullpen day for these two. Knew even if both starters came out, they likely wouldn't last very long. Devin lasted an inning. Fiorito a couple, as we were delayed 1 batter into the 2nd inning.
Now it's Marcus Page. Page yet to reach today. Strikeout, flyout. Looks at ball 1. Page is someone that I'm kind of waiting for to break out this year. He's worked really hard on his hitting. It just hasn't quite materialized on the field yet. Seems focused, adamant observer and learner of the game. Really wants to do well out there. Waves at that one. Good pitch from Taylor. Page for strike 2.
Yeah, you could tell that did exactly what he wanted. Wanted that ball right back, get set, keep rolling. Had a nice start to the 5th.
The one inside nearly got there on the black, but instead it's a called ball 2. Page, but a good eye. Two's on the scoreboard. This one's grounded to Hodo at second. He'll field, flip, and out. 3 up, 3 down for Keon Taylor in the bottom of the 5th. We're still locked up at 3 as Jeremy Otto takes over on the other side here on the US PBL Network.
Jimmy John's Field is the perfect venue for birthday parties, summer picnics, company outings, and provides the best entertainment in Metro Detroit with great baseball all summer long. Spend your summer nights under the lights at Jimmy John's Field in historic downtown Utica.
There are many things you can rely on in this world, like a sunny day brightening your mood, your mom baking the world's best apple pie, and never a dull moment in running your business. And when it comes to time-consuming HR tasks, you can rely on Tryon. Tryon can handle payroll and taxes, employee benefits, and more, so you can stay focused on attracting and retaining the best talent. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Zach Blankenship back out there for the 6th inning in a close to a 1-2-3 fifth, but hit John. It hit the knee to his face right around the mouth area. Was checking to make sure there was no blood, but he was able to continue and steal a base. In the end, as he ended up on second base.
And his on-base percentage went up.
That's true.
Talked about, we'll get you those numbers when we get closer to 30, 40, 50 at-bats, but not quite there yet, but yeah.
Look at the light tower and kind of how this night has ended up. It's going to dip down to a low of 52 here tonight. It'll be 75-degree day and partly cloudy as the forecast. So hopefully a couple good nights for baseball coming up. Country music nights tomorrow. What's on Sunday? Country Saturday. There's here fireworks. Like
Fireworks Friday.
High school seniors can call the box office to redeem a free lawn ticket as well. And the Summit Oral.
In a high school senior, you used to get discount pizza at the local pizza place and discount movie tickets.
88-mile-an-hour fastball inside to Leandy Castro. It's Castro, Sikopoulos, and Childress here in the 6th. That's 3-4-5 for this order for the Unicorns. Fraley in center is shallow. Everybody else at normal depth on the 1-0. Tipped into the glove, 87-mile-an-hour fastball. Blankenship's fastball went up to 90 once or twice in that 5th. It's been anywhere from 88 to 89 consistently. Now the 1-1, swing and a miss. The gut off of that one. It's certainly a fastball that plays up, high spin, right around the major league average for ball in terms of spin. Middle of the infield now spread out. 1-2, chop to right. Lawrence started in, is over and back for the second out, or for the first out. I beg your pardon.
Castro golfing for that one. Good job by Blankenship. Really fill up the zone there. Change the eyeball of Castro on a lot of those pitches. Got ahead in the count quickly and used it to his advantage.
Ari Sikopoulos today, a line out in the first. Or a strike first and a line out to left in the fourth. Now 5 for 22 with some pop, 3 extra base hits. Did he hold up? Did. No on Ari. Blankenship, a fastball, a slider, and a changeup to go along with the splitter and forkball. Now the 0-1. Slider away. Few games have gone final in the major leagues. Pittsburgh loses to Atlanta 3-1. Colorado with a 4-2 victory over the Giants here today. Philadelphia an 8-3 win. They've fired their manager as well. 1-2 now. Trevor Jackson warming for the Beavers down the left field line. An arm we're looking forward to in his debut in the non-public on Tuesday. Hard thrower, 92.
Coming up, Abilene Christian down there in Texas. I asked him, I'm a big basketball guy, covering Michigan State. Basketball is my sport. I asked him, are you a basketball fan? He said, yeah. I said, what did you think about that upset win you guys had against Texas? Were you at that game? He said he wasn't there, but he was at a watch party. And, man, what I wouldn't have given to be at that watch party and be a student at Abilene Christian.
1-2 up the middle of the base hit. Ari Sikopoulos keeps on swinging. 1 out single here in the 6th.
It was a 3 matchup. A matchup
something like that.
I almost picked, but Texas, man, I really liked them that year. That was two NCAA tournaments ago. But Abilene Christian, they pulled it off. That was a fun game to watch.
Here's no fly out in the first and a double in the fourth. See, Juan Lawrence had a bit of trouble with that one in left as that sinks high off the backstop here. Jeremy Otto alongside Brendan Shabat to bring the call here today. So glad you could tune in on your Thursday, Friday, Saturday, the games in the USPBL this week. We'll be back with Sunday baseball next week for Father's Day as well. Left the 0. Cutting slider on the inner half for strike 2. Sliders look pretty sharp.
Yeah, it's been tight. Had a lot of spin. Exactly what you want out of there.
Now the 0-2. Blocked well by Wannenberg. Got his first professional hit as an infield single back in the 4th. He'll lead off the 6th inning offensively for these Beavers.
He's had shoes broken in today as a pro. Got his first hit. Had a tough first inning with a couple errant throws. He's had to throw down to second a couple times to try to get runners. He's had some throws come into the plate trying to get runners scoring. A little bit of it all as far as catching goes.
2-2 on Childress. Designated hitter here today. He's played some third and first and even some outfield last year. 2-2. Lifts the leg. 3-2 on Noah now.
He's played everywhere. I think we're mainly going to see Childress in this DH role most of the year. We were talking to Adrian Guzman about, maybe reshuffling the roster after the showcase. And he said, the one thing I can't do, I can't take Childress's bat out of the lineup right now the way he's been hitting it.
Sikopoulos to second base, just kind of the opposite way flick.
Next up, the third baseman, number 8, Kevin Lambert.
Fastball at 89, turned it around at 106 the opposite way.
Perfectly let that ball get deep, was patient, made sure he saw it, put it on the ground, put it in play. That's all it's about. You don't have to always hit home runs. You don't have to always hit doubles. Put the ball in play. Good things will happen.
We thank Jarbcon for their sponsorship of the USPBL. Unicorns got something going here with one out. Man who hit a home run the other day on a line to left field. Talked about the sound off the nobody attendance. Sikopoulos on second, Childress on first. Here's the first pitch off the interior and whittled away. The other sound that stuck out to me, we all have, don't get a chance most of the time to sit behind, kind of just watch the sights and sounds of baseball. We're usually higher up in the air, but the sound that I was kind of alerted by was just the thump when somebody got hit straight in the pitch, but just made a different sound with nobody here as that fastball rocketed foul.
Yeah, I found it interesting, too, listening to – I asked both managers that day, Ryan Cotton and Brad Guzman, who was, like I said, taking over for Jim Messier, if I could sit in their dugouts for a couple innings, listen to some baseball talk to some guys, just kind of be a fly on the wall, maybe partake in a little bit of conversation. And that was a lot of fun for me. Get to sit in and, hear them talk strategy, hear them, cheer each other on, ask each other questions, talk about dumb stuff that they do, music they listen to. Nick Kreitzer, I found out, is a master woodworker. He takes broken bats home and makes beer glasses and shot glasses and bottle openers and American flags and bar stools out of them.
Huh. That went off the knee of Lambert, second hit batter here today. That went on the slider.
Next up, the shortstop, number 5.
So the bases loaded here in the 6th with Louis Attilis coming to the plate. Grounded out in the 2nd and struck out in the 4th, and Wannenberg will visit the mound. Ramirez communicating where everybody's looking to go here if it's hit on the ground.
Ramirez might even be giving a few secrets on his buddy.
Maybe.
I'd be willing to bet they had a conversation. Hey, guess what? Bases, where should I not pitch the ball? Where's one? I'm sure that's happened once or twice. And hey, go tell Blankenship that.
The corners are in. Sullivan plays in front of Lambert with the bases juiced here. Tillis looking for the first hit in the bottom of the order here as he whiffs and misses. Maybe he tipped that fastball at 88. So. Just barely at the end of the bat. Up today, the 0-1. Shot to right, but going to hook foul. Over the bullpen down there.
Good contact. A little behind on identifying that pitch. But caught it at a good spot. Just got to jump on it a little sooner.
Has him right where he wants him. What does he pull here? 0-2. Up the middle. Got his ground ball. Going to be a tough play. Fires his second in time. No. Not. So everybody's safe as a run comes home. It's now 4-3 Unicorns.
That was a really tricky play for Marcus Page. Got to give to him getting to it. Didn't really think he was going to get to and he did, and then just the throw back to second was awkward. I think he probably didn't transfer the ball quite like he wanted to. It wasn't really quick flip range. He was almost too close to the bag with Collette covering to really dart that ball over there. It was weird. It looked like he tried to underhand kind of shovel it, and it just didn't work out.
The position with the bases loaded, if you're not shifting, he probably has no chance at that ball, but obviously looking for the double play, so both Page and Collette shading more toward second. Childress on third, Lambert on second, and Attilis down at first. Swing and a miss, slider downstairs. 1-1 on Hewitt, and a ground out back in the second and a strikeout in the 5th. Chokes up on the bat just slightly. Now the 1-1. Slider, check that was an 0-2 in there for strike 3.
That call, third strike, brought to
So the second K here tonight for Blankenship, his first since last inning when he took over for Galindo in the fifth. Galindo with a nice, fairly in and out inning, gave a double to Childress. But otherwise, his other three batters recorded outs. Now the first pitch to John Hodo. Little lofter into right. It's going to get into the glove of Saywan Lawrence for the third out here in the sixth inning. A run comes around off the legs of Ari Sakopoulos, making it 4-3 Corns here on the USPBL Network.
Every summer, my family loves to have a neighborhood movie night in our backyard. And with my Chevy Blazer, I can head out and get everything we need for a great night. It has plenty of room for picking up friends, and the available hands-free liftgate is perfect for loading unhandy supplies. You know, it may be movie night, but my Blazer is the main attraction wherever I go.
Lease a 2022 Blazer 2LT for just $239 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
Keon Taylor back of the mound here for the sixth inning. Worked a 1-2-3 fifth. Looked pretty sharp.
Yeah, really looked good. To lead things off in that one, and that just arm delivery against so many righties. There's 8 righties in this lineup today for the Beavers. Only one lefty on the bench, Cody Stevenson. He's a switch hitter, but Taylor could throw that slider, that curveball, that fastball from essentially shortstop is, and it's just really hard for righties to pick up and get comfortable putting their bat on.
Josh Wannenberg, Nafi Mercedes, and Saywan Lawrence to bat here in the bottom of the sixth inning. 4-3 Unicorns. 3 of those runs scored back in the first, and another one in the top half. To give us our score right now, the Beavers with 1 in the first and 2 in the third. It was a rain-soaked first inning and then some.
It doesn't feel like, despite even that first inning, I'm sure this has something to do with the rain delay, but it doesn't feel like we've had 7 total runs across the plate today.
No, it doesn't. And, you know, I think we'd agree that maybe a few of those runs for the Beavers probably wouldn't have scored if there wasn't that much rain. But you never know. 1 and 2 now on Wannenberg.
I think even for the Unicorns, too, in that first inning when they let things off with 3. I mean, you can make the argument if Wannenberg makes that first throw to third instead of into left field, it's a very different ballgame. 3-2 right now. 2 less runs for the Unicorns, maybe even 3-1. But, hey, they've taken advantage. That's what you're supposed to do.
Now the 1-2.
See, look at that swing from Wannenberg. He just did not look comfortable at all.
We've certainly seen some different arm angles here today. Probably the most collection that you'll see in a game. 2 teams. Second strikeout for Keon Taylor.
Yeah, this might be the most total arm angles we'll see in a game this year. Because Galindo threw 2 himself.
Yep.
Taylor had 1. We had a lefty. He's 1.
So tough on that righty is Hewitt even having the ball there as that one is inside on Mercedes now. That's actually the 4th strikeout in the last 6 batters between Montanay and now Taylor here in innings 4, 5, and 6. Fastball at 84 by him, 1-1.
Would you count lefties as a different arm angle that we've seen today?
Maybe. I mean, you don't see a lot of them, right?
It's from a different side, too, a lot of these hitters.
1 and 2 on Mercedes.
I think if you're counting lefties, it's the most we'll see this year in one game.
Grounded second and struck out in the 4th. Out of the way there. Slider nearly zigzag backed onto the inner half.
That's the thing. That was almost a strike. Keon Taylor be very dangerous in this base. If you could get that velocity up a little bit, he locates the ball well, and with that angle that he throws at, like we're talking about, it's just so hard to pick up and feel comfortable swinging at.
Some action in both pens. You see the Unicorns pen starting to move as well. Jackson has been warming for the Beavers. The 2-2.
Close.
We'll check the swing. He did not go. You could tell even some trouble on the load there from Nafy Mercedes. Getting that timing down. Full count pitch. Low and in, he walked him. So that breaks a mini streak there of batters being retired.
There, did well. Fought off some tough pitches. Had really good vision on one of the hardest people to do that on in this league, Keon Taylor.
Lawrence shoots one into right field, a base hit. Mercedes hitting the bag at second. Castro picks it up, airs it out. Throw high, the tag, lunging down, but Lambert can't get him. Nice effort all the way around. Boy, if Castro could do that again, maybe feeds it a little bit further down. Third base.
It was a gorgeous throw. It was certainly in time. Like you said, if he could just lower it a foot, oof. Sports Center top 10 play nominee.
Looking at the replay, it wasn't an easy ball to track because it wasn't going very hard.
Yeah.
He had to run a good amount, but he literally picked it up, got it out of the glove, crow hopped, and made it close over at third base. Swing and a miss by the top of the order here, Tyler Fraley. He's reached base twice out of 3 opportunities as the infield comes in for the Unicorns here. Couple steps onto the infield grass in some cases. 0-1, ooh, uncomfortable looking swing of the fastball that tailed outside. (0-2) shot fouled on the third base line there. Ramirez on deck. Now the 0-2. Fastball that he kept high.
Good eye for Fraley. That was a close one. Call might go either way. If thrown again.
See if he does go back there.
Tried to.
2-2. Fraley with a single in the 1. Two runners in scoring position here. Swing and a miss. The slider is by him in the third K here tonight for Taylor.
Good battle between those two. Taylor wins it. I think he's going to do that. Going to be a good feeling for Keon Taylor and a bit of a jam to get the only lefty lineup. One of the best hitters in the lineup, too. If you can take out Fraley anytime, but especially in a righty-lefty situation, that's got to feel really good.
It's now 8 strikeouts for Unicorn pitching tonight as the fastball pounded outside. That's in 5 2/3 innings. Fiorito started. He went 3 tonight, knocked out after the third where he gave up 2 runs. survived the 1 hour rain delay. Started around 7:34. They were back on the field at 8:34. I'm guesstimating around 8:36-ish is when we started play once again, after surpassing about 27 minutes of baseball with the first pitch of 7:07. If you can gather all what I just said there, that's a lot of times. And
if we're going by the time limit, means we're about 30 minutes left or so left.
2-1 on Ramirez now.
If I had to infer, say a 7-inning game is likely here.
Now the 2-1, hefty swing, chops it to Lambert, tough play, got him over at first. Strands a couple runners. They had second and third with 1 out here in the 6th inning. The score remains 4-3.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. fsbcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood, because strong neighbors mean stronger communities.
Where good neighbors do great things.
Member FDIC, an equal housing lender.
We build roads, bridges, wind farms and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers. Our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
Zach Blankenship is done after inning, just 4 batters in the 5th inning. A 7-batter 6th, where he gave up 1 run and stood bases loaded. Here is Jackson for his game here in the USPBL. 4th pitcher used so far here today. Jackson, the native of Las Vegas, Nevada. Like mentioned earlier, also went to Southern Nevada for a couple of years, where Bryce Harper played a few years before moving on. 6'2", 189 pounds. The righty has a fastball, a curveball, and a changeup. Got up to 92 the other day in the non-public game. So they're enthused to see more out of this arm. That was an 8-2 loss for the Beavers to the Mammoths. He was the last pitcher to choose. Top of the bottom of the 8th inning, I should say. 1 inning, no hits, no walks, no runs. The Mammoths in that game pitched pretty well. D'Anthony Beckman started. 4 innings, 2 hits, 1 walk, and 4 Ks as Drew Galassi looks at a ball up high. Galassi, Bolin, and Castro. 1, 2, 3 in this order to lead off the 7th. Christian Dearman also looked good. 2 third innings, 1 hit, 1 walk, 4 strikeouts. One of the fastest workers you'll ever see on the mound. Now the 1-1 from Jackson. Slider by him, 1-2. Or check that the curve change. Another quick worker, 1-2. Change up outside. 2-2 on Galassi now. Boy, that's 81, but it's a hard 81. It got to the glove of Wannenberg quick. Slider high, 3-2 on Galassi. Still looking for his first hit today. Has 7 of them on the year. Drew his 5th walk of the year. Now 5 walks to 5 Ks. Scored a run back in the first as well. 1 hour fastball high. And our first walk for Beavers pitching since the first. That one was also leadoff variety.
Glossy's second walk of the day. Job getting on base.
Bolin fouls back the fastball at 90. Tough day for Garrett Cole today. 5 runs given up against the Twins. 8, 7, and 2 1/3 innings of work.
If you're going to give up a bad day to a central opponent, couldn't it be the Tigers?
Little curveball dips in, but called a ball as Galassi steals a base. Every stolen base brought to you by Huntington Bank this year. Arise. Buxton has a couple home runs. Correa.
Buxton's starting to get back into the swing of things, it seems like. Fun player to watch when he's healthy.
Sure is.
The speed, the power, the fielding. Can do it all. It was a conversation back when Miggy was reaching all his milestones, particularly the 3,000th hit that Dan Dickerson and Jim Price on 97.1 were having about some other candidates in the MLB, some young guys who might be able to reach similar milestones. Buxton was one of the names brought up.
2-2 on Bolin now. Another pretty good matchup today. Dodgers, White Sox. High-scoring affair, 11-9 Dodgers. Leading the NL West currently at the 37-20 clip. Curveball foul. The changeup foul maybe there. That game only 2 home runs each though. 1 or 2 total, I should say.
A lot of singles.
Another 2-2. Curveball, got him. First professional strikeout there for Jackson.
Remember that one. It was a good pitch. Could have gone either way. Bolin didn't love the call. It was right on the black on the inside. It's a good throw from Jackson, though.
Castro today, a single back in the first. He scored. Otherwise, with a K himself. Fought off to third. Ramirez bobbles, fires a low darter. Sullivan picks for the second out here in the 7th.
Good composure and recovery from Ramirez after booting it. Nice pick from Sullivan. We've seen a lot of good throws over to first this entire season, not just today. We've seen quite a few today. That's one of the first that comes to mind as a really nice pick at first base.
First pitch to Sakopoulos, swings through it. Seventh inning brought to you by Jim. Partnership here with the USPBL. Galassi stole second after leading off with a walk. Jackson trying to strand him there as he throws outside. 1-1 on Ari. 6th hit of the year and a run scored back in the 6th inning. So 6 hits and a run. First 23 at-bats on this young campaign. 1 fastball at 90, consistently pumping it there for strike 2.
Really like Sakopoulos' game all around. Has a pretty textbook build for a power hitter with a little bit of speed on base. Plays well in the field.
Line to right. That for the third out here in the 7th inning. So good start for this Unicorns offense. Game at a 4-3 score. Time for your 7th inning stretch here today. And take me out to the ball game once again. This once again.
I am always ready.
Brought to you by Michigan Orthopedic Surgeons once again here today. Take me out to the ball game. Me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack. I never get back for its root for the team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out, and wow, old ball game. 7th inning stretch brought to you by Michigan Orthopedic Surgeons here on the U.S. Network. Beavers are still with you.
How do these business owners find the time for peace of mind? Because they rely on Tryon to handle difficult and time-consuming HR tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and more. Working with Tryon, one of the nation's top professional employer organizations, provides access to top-tier health care and employee benefit plans and its team of attorneys and HR experts. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Perry Bewley will take over on the mound here for the Unicorns. He's the 4th arm used for Adrian Guzman here tonight. Fiorito started. Montané released Taylor. First pitch to Collette is a fastball at 90 in for strike 1.
Bewley just his 2nd professional appearance, 2nd here in the U.S. PBL. Only 1 inning last time. 2 strikeouts, nothing else. No walks, no runs.
It's going to stay in the yard. 1 in the glove of Castro. Fastball, changeup, slider. It's a kind of a sharp, sweeping slider for Perry Bewley, the native of Chardon, Ohio.
See if he uses that changeup. This is likely a shorter appearance. We're coming up on the time limit. Not sure if we'll end this game here at 7th or if we'll keep going, but in a shorter outing for Bewley, unlikely to see that changeup as much as the other 2.
91 away. Characteristic high leg kick, which you don't see a whole lot anymore, but can definitely help you jump around.
There's just very few guys at all levels of baseball who still do that as much, but you're certainly right. It allows you to get a good dig. Good advance with that step.
Now the 1-0 swing and a miss by Sullivan.
You can do stuff like that. 84 on the slider. Nice job.
Justin Orenduff, who created the delivery value system, which they run a lot through these guys, looks at your delivery and looks how you can maximize your velocity, minimize injury. Slider away, 2-1 on Sullivan. And Justin, obviously, another first-round pick for the Dodgers. His career didn't go the direction he wanted, just got hurt. But one thing that he did when he was kind of finishing up DVS and constructing it, and they're still kind of tweaking it to this day, but he got on several mounds and was throwing, I think it was 94, 95, and one of those tweaks that he made via himself, kind of acting as the prototype, was to have a high leg kick. 2-2 on the ground to Attilas, just to the left of second base for the 2nd out here in the 7th. So everybody gets a score who runs through DVS, and higher your score, the most efficient and least amount of injury risk you have. And they've even started to run through some major league guys and see how their delivery looks. Kind of interesting. It's not something that's been used in the major leagues quite yet, but I think that's the ultimate hope.
You see, with all the pitcher injuries we've had, especially this year with the shortened spring, it could be of a lot of value to some teams.
Fastball at 90, in for strike one.
Tigers in particular. They've had some pitcher injuries, some related to the delivery, some not. Sounds like there are a few on that roster who don't score that well according to DVS, which is not a great thing for fans like us.
Slider swing and a miss there by Whitfield. Pair of RBI singles in the first and third error. 4 runs off 5 hits and an error for the Unicorns. 3 runs off 7 hits and in 3 errors, or 2 errors, I beg your pardon, for the Beavers. That's 91, but outside. 1 and 2 on Whitfield now. Now the pitch. Couldn't hold up. Nasty looking hard slider from Bewley, pairing it with a 90 to 91 mile an hour ball. 1-2-3 breeze. Gets 3-4-5 in the lineup.
As your neighbor who works at Ascension, Michigan, and a cardiologist who's practiced for more than 20 years, I'm going to keep asking, how are you feeling today? Your care can't wait. Getting care sooner can mean catching things before they get worse. At Ascension, Michigan, our ERs and our hospitals and other sites of care are maintaining strict precautions for your safety. Studies have shown that people will get care sooner if they're encouraged by their doctors, family, and friends. Get the care you need at getascensionmichigancare.com.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. FSBcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities.
Where good neighbors do great things.
Member FDIC, an equal housing lender.
Beavers will get an inning with his team in the top of inning number 8. Good to see him again. He's been a dynamic arm in this league, making his debut to professional baseball here today.
Crick's been a fun guy to watch so far. Him and Ledbetter have been the 2 explosive relievers. Crick's a guy who, local kid, spring. We think he could be someone that could leave the USPBL and go on to bigger and better things. Really like his build, 6'5", 215. Allows him to throw hard and downhill. And as a fastball, it'll be around 94, 93 on good days. Presents a lot of upside.
And that upper end velocity is something new his last couple of years. Has been able to raise it a few ticks. Here's the first pitch to Noah Childress. Fastball away at 91. Childress, Lambert, Attilis. Your 3 men due up. Here in the top inning, game in favor of the Unicorns. So you'd think we'd at least see the bottom of this inning now as 92 runs high.
Hope the Beavers at least get a chance in the bottom of the 8th, whether we the time limit or not.
Hard hit and pass, the diving glove of Page.
Strange play there. Looked like a ball that Page should have been able to pick up pretty quickly and just was a little delayed in that reaction getting over there. Still a tough ball to reach. Gloves. Good shot from Childress.
Off the bat at 97. Lambert looks at a strike one, lined out, grounded out, and hit by a pitch. Back in the 6th inning, it was a longer inning in terms of base runners. Were granted in the end with 2 straight outs recorded by Blankenship. So this is the 5th arm used today. Devin started. And the side armor Galindo, Blankenship relieved him. Jackson after, and now Crick here in the 8th inning. Up the middle, feeds to second in time, over to first. A twin killing after the leadoff single here in the 8th.
How you want that leadoff single? Make that point moot right away with a double play.
First pitch to Attilis, 93, rocketed back towards the seats right along the edge of the field. Seven hits each in this game now, 0-1, fastball high at 91. The velocity is certainly going up for these relievers. We saw a nice inning by Jackson, and then Bewley looked really good with his fastball slider combination.
The relief has been good from both teams out of the bullpen. Only 1 run total since we've seen the starters leave these games. That double play is going to be big for the time limit. I mean, we even if we went over the 2.5-hour time limit, that the Beavers would still get to bat in the bottom of the 8th, given that we've made it this far. But right now we've only played 2 hours and 23 minutes of baseball. It'd be big if Attilis is the last batter.
Excuse me, breaking ball close, but called ball 2. Center fielder Fraley and is fastball in the hands and lofted back.
Shout out to the few fans that have stayed in attendance. Likely baseball diehards stay this long throughout a rain delay. It's been a good game so far. Still close. Quite had drama yet, but that's what the last innings are for, right? That's where drama really becomes drama. Other than that, it's just baseball up until then.
2-2 on Attilis. Fielder's choice back in the 6th that drove in a run. It was counted as a hit on the board, but kind of an unusual play.
I put it down as a hit because it went up on the board as a hit and will probably be in the stats as a hit. That was that weird ground ball up to Page with the bases loaded. So if it's a hit, technically, isn't that an RBI then, right?
Yep. Oh, 93. You could see him rear back on that one. Bust Attilis to end the 8th inning. Leadoff single, 6-4-3 double play, and a strikeout looking after the battle with Lewis here in the 8th.
How do these business owners find the time for peace of mind? Because they rely on Tryon to handle difficult and time-consuming HR tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and more. Working with Tryon, one of the nation's top professional employer organizations, provides access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans and its team of attorneys and HR experts. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
We joined GreenPath and instantly felt a support around us.
They developed a plan on paper, and this is how we're going to do it.
The plan that they gave me was something that was sustainable. It was something I could do. It was actually lowering my payments monthly by hundreds of dollars.
Choosing GreenPath is a no-brainer.
Bewley on to try to finish off this game. This will be the last half inning here in the bottom of the 8th inning. It's been a nice relief corps for the Unicorns. Monsonnet did a nice job. Taylor with a quick inning. And now Bewley looking for his second shutout inning here. And a 1-2-3 bid back in the 7th. Got 3-4-5 fairly easily, including 93 miles an hour, one of the hardest pitches we've seen in the USPBL so far this year.
Yeah, that one looked really good. Really good put-away pitch.
Can see him rear back and hit the outside corner.
Pitch hitting for Marcus Page, number 8, Cody Stevenson.
Cody Stevenson will pinch hit here in the 8th as that one rides high. 1-0. Strikeout in the 1st, line out in the 3rd, ground out back in the 5th.
Last chance for the Beavers, if we've confirmed this will be the last inning. So get a lefty in there for against the righty Bewley.
Page with a strikeout, a line out, and a ground out in his 3 at bat. Stevenson looking to break that. Here, 6-hole.
So far, not a ton of at-bats this year for Stevenson, just 1 for 8. Has worked 5 walks. Pretty good job in 13 appearances up until now. Struck 2.
Now the 3-1. Fastball at 88, in for strike 2. Got it up 1 times. Back in the big pitch here, the 3-2. Stood him up straight and walked. Seen that leadoff walk a few times. Came back to bite the Beavers back in the 1st inning. Here's Josh Wonenberg. Got his first professional hit back in the 4th of the infield variety.
Always good to start your last chance to score, especially in a 1-run game with a leadoff walk. Could send us all home.
Curveball in for strike 1. Or slider for Bewley. Can act as a curveball at times, that sharp sweeper. Kind of the in-between.
Similar grips, very similar styles of throwing it. Curveball usually just get more over the top.
89 pounded to the outer edge. Curveball like spin on that one, you could tell. Had some carry away from Wonenberg. Short lead for Page over at first. Or check that Stevenson, I beg your pardon. Not a lot to gain him in terms of getting off the bag. Don't want to get thrown out in this situation. The potential time on the bases.
Yeah, if you're him, you got to do whatever you can to stay on base and not put yourself in jeopardy. So you've got to be conservative until we get down to 2 outs. You can
Slider by him. His second strikeout here tonight.
As I was going to say, Stevenson now can gradually get more aggressive as the outs pile up. So he'll probably take a little bit of a larger lead with 1 out than he will with just no outs.
Back in the 6th as he digs back in to the batter's box here. Night that's cooled off to 58 degrees.
And you can feel it.
Sure can. It was pretty much 57, 58 after the rain subsided. It was an hour-long rain delay. Otherwise, the time limit, we wouldn't be playing right now.
Yep. Warning track still pretty wet. Rain down long. Only a little less than an hour.
Swing and a miss. Fastball at 90.
But it sure came down hard. Abundantly. I played it for about an hour. We played through some of that for about half an hour.
It was after Zach Devins kind of slipped off the mound that they said, let's
rethink this. Yeah.
Slider high. Did he go?
Not sure if our viewers at home can hear that. Who's yelling go over there?
I don't know. That's the second time we've heard it, too.
I thought they were telling Stevenson to run, and he's not running, and maybe Mercedes to swing, and he didn't swing, and I don't know what it is. Maybe it's from the dugout. Maybe it's a fan. Heckler.
Swing and a miss. Heavy slider at bat to Nafi Mercedes. To the second out here in the 8th.
Well, Bewley's worked 5 outs so far, 3 of them Ks. He's looked really good. Good movement, tight slider.
Sawan Lawrence, single back in the 6th and a walk in the flash for the Beavers. A winning run at the plate still as Stevenson stared back there by Bewley, trying to make it a clean outing with the exception of the walk here.
How good you've been up to this point. It's still always in the back of your mind as a pitcher that one clean swing of the bat can change this game.
In on the hands, this one popped up. Long run for Hewitt, but he runs out of real estate there.
Can't throw a mistake pitch here. Bewley's going to keep everything in this at-bat likely below the belt of Lawrence. Gives anything up, Lawrence has to be ready to pounce on top of it.
8th inning brought to you by Scott's. We thank Scott for sponsoring our Fines Grounds crew as well. The 1. Good block by Hewitt. Slider certainly not easy to get in front of there. Back at it tomorrow here on the USPBL Network. Yourself and Nick Matthews will have the call of that one.
You taking another day off? Jeez.
Just giving you your time in the limelight here.
No, I appreciate that very much.
Now the 1-1 slider popped him up. Hewitt discarding the mask, and he can't quite get to that one as it bounces in the 3rd row of seating. You'll have Hoppers and Mammoths tomorrow.
Good matchup. First game I did without you was Hoppers and Mammoths.
So there you go, some consistency.
Yeah, right. That was on Memorial Day, holiday baseball.
Yeah, rare Monday game.
Yep.
I think the only Monday game we have this year. Here's the 1-2, swing and a miss. Boy, the slider was good today, not just for Bewley, but a lot of these relievers. He strikes out the side to end the 8th and strands the leadoff walk by Stevenson. Through the Corns, hold on to a 4-3 victory in 8 here today on Polish American Heritage Night at the ballpark. Back with the postgame after this on the USPBL Network.
If I hit a home run, then you know what's going out of the park. Yeah, bases loaded, we ain't letting up. Scoring back to back, you can count it up. United we stand together, divided we fall. Ain't no turning back, we done came too far to turn around and have a seat now. We don't compare, cause we unicorn. Illuminate the dark with my uniform. Every time you see me stand up and salute me. It ain't no competition, not even from you. If I hit a home run, then you know what's going out of the park. Yeah, bases loaded, we ain't letting up. Scoring back to back, you can count it up. United we stand together, divided we fall. Ain't no turning back, we done came too far to turn around and have a seat now. We don't compare, cause we unicorns. Illuminate the dark with my uniform. Every time you see me stand up and salute me. It ain't no competition, not even from you.
Welcome back to Jimmy John's Field, everyone. And a little bit Brendan Shabath. We'll catch up with our player of the game here on the USPBL Network. I think he's going to try to snag Bewley down there, who had a nice finish to this game. 4 strikeouts here today and a walk to begin the 8th inning as the kids who are here today. This is a post-game tradition here after every game at Jimmy John's Field. Really reliever heavy, not something we necessarily expected coming into this game, but the rain impacted that. Jake Fiorito started for the Unicorns here today. Zach Devon, on the other hand, for the Beavers, each just going 2 and 3 respectively. It was a 1-hour rain delay, so you didn't even know for sure whether either of those guys would see time. Devon saw 1 inning, Fiorito with a couple, but the stories were really the relievers here today. All of them looked pretty good. Jackson had his moments in his second career appearance here in the USPBL. James Crick had the best fastball of the night and probably in the league thus far at 93, pounded it by Attilis on the outside corner for strike 3, coupled with a 6-4-3 double play in the 8th inning as well. And Bewley along with Taylor and Montanet did a nice job for the Unicorns. So something to build off for both of these two bullpens. Again, 4-3 your final score in this one. Brendan Shabath back in a little bit with your player of the game here on the USPBL Network.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward, not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
We're for people, the pioneers, the underdogs, the players, and the slow and steadies. We're for people, for who they are and who they could become. Yes, we're a bank. And some say our business is all about money. But that's an old idea. Because look past the money, and you'll see real human lives. We see it, because we're for people. Huntington, welcome.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How are they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfield!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
You dreamed of starting a company, not an HR department, but your business has grown fast, and so have the complexities of payroll and taxes, benefits administration, and other HR functions. That's why your business needs a professional employer organization like Tryon Solutions. Tryon provides businesses of all sizes access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Back here at Jimmy John's Field post-game for our Player of the Game interview. Our Player of the Game today is the Unicorns closer, Perry Bewley. Perry, you guys suffered your first loss of the season yesterday to the Diamond Hoppers. Luckily, no fans were here to see that one, but you guys get back on the right track. And a close one today. We'll start off with the rain. Interesting, you know, we were gone for an hour. Temperature drops quite a bit. How does that change your mindset, affect your approach to the game when the weather changes like that? Kind of like in a split second.
Yeah, no. So in college, I went to Ashland University, and we were in the GLIAC, and we were the only Ohio school. So we came up to Michigan almost every weekend. So one of the things our coach always told us is Michigan's weather is very unpredictable. So I'm kind of used to that. When I saw the rain in the forecast before the game, I was kind of hoping it wouldn't hit us, but that's Michigan for you. So we stayed warm in the dugout or in the clubhouse and just stayed ready for the game. Jake did a great job as well, Fierdo. He did everything he could, battled for us, kept us in the game, and then the bats, came along. And then what I like to do is I like to preserve all the hard work our hitters have done. So when I go out there, I'm trying to get the game for them.
It certainly was. Michigan weather was sunny skies, mid-70s, 10 minutes before first pitch, and then the gray clouds came in and the rain came down. Your curveball was working really well today. A lot of tight spin on that. You, me, and Jeremy talked about that when we first met you. What was going good with that today?
I got a really good feel for the lace. Sometimes when those newer balls that come out, they're super slippery and it's hard to get a good grip. That's why I like to rub them up a little bit. But when I get a good feel for the ball and I can snap it and I can get a good wrist action on it, it likes to move a lot. So fortunately, I had that working today. Change up as well a couple times. They had some good movement to them. But yeah, I like to throw it. It was just working. Clicked in the bullpen and then clicked on the field. So
this was just your second professional appearance. Coming in a close game, 4-3. You give up a leadoff walk in the bottom of the eighth, the last inning. What's your mindset? You did well, struck out those last three guys to retire the side and win the game. But what's your mindset? With those batters coming up, that one swing could tie this game, could end it. How do you approach that?
Yeah, no, it's just time to lock in at that point. It's eat or be eaten. So, like you said, one swing of the bat could end the game. So it's just time to lock in, start to execute pitches. Sometimes it's hard to battle off a little bit of the nerves going into that ninth inning. The crowd starts to get into it a little bit. They want to see some action. So once you get the first guy on, it's just time to settle down, take a deep breath, lock in, and start executing pitches. And what I did today.
Well, you heard it here, folks. First, eat or be eaten. The Unicorns eat today after the rain delay. They win 4-3. That's Perry Bewley, our player of the game. Tomorrow we're here at 7:05. Hoppers, Beavers. Stick around. We'll see you then.
Awesome.
Cool. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Good game.
If I hit a home run, then you know what's going out of the park. Yeah. Bases loaded, we ain't letting up. Scoring back to back, you can count it up. United we stand together. Divided we fall. Ain't no turning back, we done came too far to turn around and have a seat now. We don't compare, cause we unicorns. Illuminate the dark with my uniform. Every time you see me stand up and salute me. It ain't no competition, not even from you. If I hit a home run, then you know what's going out of the park. Yeah, bases loaded, we ain't letting up. Scoring back to back, you can count it up. United we stand together. Divided we fall. Ain't no turning back, we done came too far to turn around and have a seat now. We don't compare.